I can't keep receiving
Yeah.
this compliment. How is
What
it going
time is it
today, my
over there?
friend?
You're in Venezuela, right?
Yeah, I'm in Venezuela. It's a nice place called Lecheria. It's a coast place. There's the beach around. You can walk in the
Mm,
sand, feel the sand in your feet every morning. So
yeah.
super cool.
Is that what
Yeah,
you do? Do you go to the beach a lot?
yeah. Almost every afternoon. After
Really?
I hook up from work, take
Uh-huh.
a little walk on the beach. It's always nice, to connect with nature and stuff.
Oh, that's great, man. No, I feel like I need to do that. I've been stuck in this little studio for the past few
Yeah.
days. Maybe I'll try to get out to get some sunshine
Yeah,
today.
yeah. It's good for your heart, good for the
Yes.
soul.
Now, how far? You're only like a couple hours behind me or in front of me.
I
What time is
think
it there?
ahead of you at
Uh,
3 4 hours, something like that. Yeah,
oh,
it's
okay.
11 in the morning here.
11 in the morning. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. What you have for breakfast? Do you
yeah,
have any?
yeah. I'm glad that you mentioned that
Why is
because
that?
yeah, that the main reason I'm here is besides stealing precious minutes of your time and the space in the interweb
Yeah.
is to offer prices. We know the
Ooh,
people we know what people like prices.
they
People like
love
prices,
prizes.
especially opportunities for winning and a spectacular top coder swag package. That the same one that the finalists receive. And do you know what is in there, Nick, in this cool package?
No, do you?
Do you know we have a top coder branded blanket in there?
A blank? I don't even have a top coder branded blanket.
Yeah. It's so cool. I mean, you can use it. After you work, you can go to your couch and watch it.
Ooh.
When you watch Netflix after competing real hard, you
Yeah.
need the comfort of a nice top coder branded blanket. So you put it on, and then you watch your cool movie or your cool
Yeah.
series,
Squid
and
Game.
then
Squid Game.
yeah,
All right, let's watch that again.
yeah. I haven't watched that
You
yet.
haven't watched it yet?
I have it in my watch list
Uh huh.
to watch it maybe after TCO, of course.
Of course.
And yeah, most likely we watch that one wearing my top color blanket. And you can also have this cool blanket by playing this
Ooh.
game. You know that
Ooh.
Yeah, we recently ran something called a boot camp, which is an event that lasted 3 days during this
Mhm.
week. And the goal was to teach new people about Topcoder, how to use the platform, how to use some tools to get to set them up for them to be ready to compete in Topcoder. And during these 3 cool days, people learned, and we also offered this spectacular quiz for people who attended this bootcamp. And even if you didn't attend, you can play it. So we're
Yeah.
going to be posting daily questions about things that happen in the bootcamp. And if you didn't
Okay.
happen to come to the bootcamp, you can quickly catch up just by reading the description of it, and also play it. Because the thing that we're going to be doing here daily is we're going to throw some polls with questions about things that happened during these days. Questions like, what was the name of the host who opened, the keynote? It was
Mm.
Jesse, of course. And
Yeah.
yeah, that would be so easy, right? It's easy to play. You're gonna see some
Sure.
options on the screen. You're gonna click on the option that you think is right. And yeah,
Now
this is
we should mention
yeah.
that you have to be in welcome
Oh
to
yeah,
participate. So
that
there
is
are
true.
people out there that might be watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. If you go to TCO21.topcoder.com, you can actually there's a link there where you can join us in Welcome, which is the platform that we're using for this event. And so for the people in Welcome, if you want to participate in this poll, you can. You just click right on the screen. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that
Yeah. Thank you. It's very
for people who
very
might get
useful
confused.
information.
So you
Very
said
useful information.
if you didn't attend the boot camp, you can read a description somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna paste the link in here in the chat. Hang in there a second.
Okay, in the welcome
Where
chat.
in the welcome chat. If
Uh,
you guys want to participate, you should come to the welcome platform and click over there. I just pasted a link that you can go and check out what was the book about. There's a lot
okay.
of more information. You can snatch some details of the happenings that occurred in there and participate in this quiz, in this great quiz. And yeah, as for today, I think we're ready, right, Nick, for our question today.
Whew, let's see.
How you feel? Are you gonna
I
join
think
us, Nick? You can also participate. Something I wanted to mention is that
yeah.
this is open for anyone. Anyone can participate
Ooh,
in welcome, and you have to click on the screen when you see the options that are gonna show up in some moment.
are you
And
ready?
Yeah, I think
Are they
Khalid is
ready?
ready.
Are they
Khalid
ready?
is ready. Daniela
Kelly's
is ready. Kirill
Daniela's
is ready.
ready?
Everyone is ready.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm seeing
everyone's
here
ready
in
in
the
the
chat.
chat. They
So yeah,
want it.
let's throw it
They
in.
want this
Let's throw it in.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Question of the day. We had a spectacular mentor for design, someone who was teaching these newbies how to use some tools for for winning challenges. And we have 4 options here. So who was the mentor for UI design in the bootcamp? Was it I am Tong? Was it Pereviki? Or was Dara K from Romania, all the way from Romania, Transylvania, where
What?
the vampires can eat you alive? Or or was it I am infinite? So you
Ooh.
guys have to click on the screen, and
All
this is gonna
right.
give you some points. If
We
you get it right, you earn some points. And actually, something I wanted to mention, you gotta be fast. The first persons get more points. And everything is in the details
oh.
there in the link that I share
Oh,
in
so
the
you have
chat
like a whole leaderboard
Yeah,
thingy.
there's a whole leaderboard going
Okay.
on. So you
So
guys,
you get points for each one you compete in.
yeah, exactly. Each question gives you some
Oh,
points.
I see. I see. So you
Yeah.
do have to come here every day to make sure you
Yeah,
get your points.
yeah. I got first of all, I get the privilege of watching this great live broadcast live, and also the extra privilege of being a part of it. Come on, can life be any better? Can life get any better? I don't think so, Nick.
Oh
I
my
don't
gosh.
think so, man. Yeah. So
Uh
yes, guys. I hope you
cool.
guys clicked real fast.
We
You
are
had
getting
your
the votes
chance.
in. The votes are coming in.
Yeah. I want to vote. I think it was maybe let me
Oh,
click in
what?
here.
You're the one who created the
Yeah, but I
question.
can participate. I mean, come on. Someone said here that it was open for everyone. So I'm gonna
You
click.
said it
I
was
think
open for everyone.
someone really like to spend time with because she's really cool.
Oh,
I'm gonna click on Dan Derake.
Derek. Oh, shh.
Wow,
You can't
so
tell. You
cool.
can't tell everybody.
Yeah, okay. Here it is. There it is. Yeah, I voted for Dara K. I'm not sure if that's the right answer. It could be another one. But just because I like her so much, I'm gonna click on
you
Dara
voted.
K.
You voted for the dark.
Yeah, yeah. Who are you gonna vote
Oh
for,
man,
Nick?
I can't. I have like
Oh, I
this.
can't.
Yeah, I'm in the control room, so it won't let me
Okay.
participate. But if I
Okay.
had to pick, I'd go with I am Tong. He knows a lot about design. Maybe
Yeah,
he was the one
yeah.
teaching
Yeah,
it.
he's a great option.
Yeah.
He's involved in the mentorship program. Mentor
Oh, is
Tom.
he?
He mentors several members here in
Oh, wow.
Topcoder. Yeah.
Stark being one of them,
That
right?
yeah, Stark was actually competed in the finals. He was competing
He
yesterday.
got to the finals with Tong's help, with his mentorship.
Yeah, he received mentorship from several members. Tom was among those. And yeah, Tom has been in there teaching newbies since the beginning, giving tips, advices from the early times in the forums and
Hmm.
on Slack. Everywhere we have access to connect with people, Tom has been there helping people getting successful. So yeah, it could make sense if you chose Tom as a mentor. Why not?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
also Daniela and Vicky and I'm Infinite. So wow, it's so difficult.
A lot
Gotta
of
think
great
through.
a lot of great designers there. So it could be anyone. They could all be
Yeah,
mentors.
yeah, great
But we're only
designers,
looking for
great
the
people.
mentor of the boot camp. That's the only one
Yeah,
we're
the
focused
bootcamp
on.
that happened 2 days ago, 3 days ago, from Wednesday to Friday. And my brain is still burning and fried from this from this event. But yes. So I forgive in advance if I say things that are not very accurate respected to dates and stuff or timing. So yeah, please. Yeah, yes. So now I think we can close it. I'm going to reveal today. I'm going to
Okay.
make an exception. I'm going to reveal the answer of this poll, and the right answer is drum roll. It's Pere Vicky, who was the spectacular
Vicky.
mentor of this bootcamp. She's competed in the finals too in this year edition of TCO. So if you guys click on Pere Vicky on the option, you guys are scoring points. So you guys will see you in the leaderboard soon with this information.
Awesome. Well,
That's
there you
it.
go,
Yeah, see
guys.
you guys have pretty. Yep.
Those who
Yeah, that's it.
voted for Paravicky was that was your right answer. So you got a point, right? Is it just 1 point?
Yeah, it's actually I don't, as I mentioned before, I don't remember quite well. My brain is running, but I think it's 10 points first, 8 points second place, and it goes that way. Details are in the link that I shared. I'm gonna take the opportunity to share it again,
Oh,
and there it is.
okay.
Yeah,
So
I
they'll be
think it
ready
showed up. I
for
just
the
said,
next one, right?
yeah, that's it. That's it.
All right. Well, looks like we're just about at time anyway. We're going to bring on the developers. So thank you for your time, Luis. Thanks for all that you've been doing for the TCO. And we'll see you for the next question, huh?
The pleasure is mine, man. Thank you for having me here. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye bye.
All right, folks. It is now time to bring on Mirza and Sandeep. Mirza and Sandeep, welcome to the show. Hi, guys.
Hi everyone, thanks Nick.
Hi everyone, thanks Nick for inviting me here.
Absolutely. So thank you for being our hosts. I think everyone is very interested in knowing what this competition's about. Like there may be some people out there who are really interested in what a development championship looks like on Topcoder. So what exactly is this about? What are they working on?
So this development finals that we are running today, so it consists of three problem sets. So all of three have like a different type of difficulty. So we have a problem set with easy difficulty, and we have a problem set with a medium difficulty, and we have one that like a problem set with the most toughest difficulty. So if you solve the easiest problem, then you can earn up to 250 points. If you solve a medium problem, you can earn up to 500 points. And if you solve the toughest problem, then you can earn up to 750 points. But it's not like you submit it and you get the full point. So it's not. It's the ideal case, you can say.
Oh,
So
yeah.
whenever you submit anything, suppose that our developers are like our finalists are submitting anything in this Topcoder portal. So their submission is executed against automated test cases. So we have a set of automated test cases. So those test cases are going to be run against the submissions. Those are submitted by your finalist. And if all the submissions passed, then they get a full point, means full points in automated testing. And that's not the final. So we also have a manual testing. So in manual testing, there will be people and then like reviewers, top code reviewers, and then they are going to check your code quality, how you are commenting it or not, or like
Oh, wow.
your way of coding. Everything is going to be reviewed in that. So there's going to be a score in uh, based on manual review and automated testing, and the final score will be based on is the combination of both of these two. So if you get full points in automated testing and you full points in manual review, then only you are going to get the like 250 points for the easiest one, 500 for the medium, or 750 for the most difficult.
Oh,
So
that's pretty crazy. So yeah, I mean, we changed this competition around a little bit. It almost sounds kind of like an SRM, but made for development type problems, right?
yeah, it's for development type problem. So what we are doing is like we sub top coders, like the finalists, they submit it is like a Docker submission. So and using Docker, when they submit, then it's like Docker is like a container. So no matter what type of code they are, like which programming language they are using. So it's irrespective of that, we can run the test cases against those submissions, uh, and then we can get the results. So if you can see that in this problem, like all these three problem statements, we don't have any restrictions on programming languages. So you can
Oh,
use
okay.
anything,
You can
but
use anything.
the only thing is that you should pass all the test cases. So
I
that
see.
is the thing.
Okay. Well, I just realized too that that was a really great description of what they're going to be doing. But as a host, I did a poor job. I want to introduce you guys for one. So for the people out there who don't know who you are, you know, they're like, okay, so how do these people know what development on Topcoder is all about? Let's just introduce you all. So you were talking earlier. So hi for Sandy. Your name is Sandeep in real life, but you're known as Hi for Sandy on Topcoder. So, what's your journey with Topcoder? Like, how did you come to be in this position you are in right now? Discussing
So
this.
my journey with Topcoder started in 2010. So initially, what I was doing is like just after graduation from the college. So I just looking for that what like I have some free time, and then I'm just browsing it. So there I found an event. Like in that event, like it's not a like Topcoder event, is it's a university event.
Oh, it was a
So there I
university
saw
event.
that it was written that like it was an algorithm and problem statement event. So it was written that, so if you want to learn about programming, then check out this topcoder.com. So I just went through that link. I registered on Topcoder, and then initially like I competed in some of the SRM problems, and then after that like yeah, SRM problems. So SRM problems is like you get and then you code it everything. But after that I also see that there are other tracks like at that time we have a bug bash track. Well, this like bug hunt track was there. So nowadays that bug hunt is renamed to F2F. So initially I started in participating on those bug hunt, or we can say that F2F. So basically, those are like small, and then you can easily submit it. Those have easier difficulty level. So
Okay.
I started submitting it, and I won like so many challenges like F2F. So sometimes we have to submit within minutes, and then we get the review and we win. So it's like and when like after we submit, we get money. So that is also and one of the inspiring thing that we are programming and we are doing all this for fun, and at the end of the day we are
You
also
still get paid
earning
for it.
something. Yeah. and so that's why like it's kind of addictive. So I just keep on competing, and if you won one challenge, then you will get interested like submitting the other challenge, and then keep looking on that on the top with the challenge page. So whenever a challenge comes, oh, initially immediately I have to register, submit, and then win it. So I just keep on doing it. So after that, like after like 1 or 2 year, I mostly focus on this F2F track, and then also I won yeah, two or three times. I was a finalist of this F2 like the bug hunt challenge, bug bash, bug hunt. And then after that, I moved to UI track. So UI track is like
Oh wow, you're doing it all on Topcoder. You're just hopping around to all the tracks, huh?
yes. So UI track is like if you go for F2F, then it's like very hectic. So if like all the time you have to be active, and then you have to see like what's going on when the challenges are coming. So even it's night, day does not matter. So if you want to like qualify for the TCO, then you have to like keep on looking what challenges are coming, and then immediately solve it, submit it, and then win the point. But in the UI track, what we have is like it's more difficult. But what we have that we get like at least 5 days. So we have 5 days. In 5 days, we can create our submission and then make it perfect and then submit it. So it's like it's not like that much hectic at F2F, but we have to like be more. We have to know more, because like here the scope is very big. So if you compare like what like in a company, if somebody has to create a website in 3 months, then that job we have to do it in 5 days. Like it's like very strict time, and then with very high perfection, because if you miss like the if the color is blue and you make it pink, you will lose point. And then there may be an you like if you see the like the scores, then you may be like by 0.01 point you will lose the challenge with the other finalists submitting. So it's like you have to be very careful, and then just like make it like try your best, and then just like keep on reviewing everything. Do not miss anything from the specification, submit it, and then win it. So this way, like I also won so many UI challenges, and I also finalists for so many times in UI track. So
Well,
this is also
it makes sense that you're on a stage like this, you know, because you do know everything, almost everything that Topcoder even has to offer. You've tried a little bit of design, you've done a little bit of competitive programming, you've done some development as well, but you have competed in like the development area here of Topcoder. So that's a good history of you, Sandeep. I do want to move over to Mirza though. Am I saying that right too? I don't want to butcher your name.
Yeah, Mirza.
Is it Mirza?
Yeah, correct, Nick. So I joined.
I think you're muted. You might be muted there.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Still can't. Oh no. Let me see here.
Hello.
Go ahead. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, yeah. So,
Okay.
what is your Topcoder journey like? Tell us about it.
Okay, I joined Topcoder since 2019. I
Mhm.
met Adam in the Medan
Oh,
in 2018, I think. 2018, yeah. So I learned a lot about Topcoder from Fajar. So I know him in person here in Medan, Iqbal Hood, and our other members
mhm.
in especially for UI design. So here I'm with Daddy in development track.
Daddy.
Daddy Lunar Kid, you know.
Yeah, Lunar
And
Kid.
then I joined as a development co-pilot earlier this year, I think. Yeah, earlier this year.
Mhm.
Mhm. So yeah, so this is my first time here joining at TCO, but as a host.
That's
Not
awesome.
a
But we're happy to have you here, though. We're
yeah,
happy to
yeah,
have you
not a
here.
finalist, but as a host. No problem, I think.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. We're grateful to have you here. What I wanted to do was kind of go over the finalists. Maybe you guys have some insight, some stories to tell about who these people are. So I'm just gonna kind of go through them, huh? So how about this? We have Chenk. How do you say that? ChanKamWo. ChanKamWo. Do you guys know anything about ChanKamWo?
Yeah, I work with him along with Penlove for some projects to build the API. I think ChanKamWo is very expert on the API challenges. So we have work with him for some projects.
Okay.
Hmm. How
Yeah,
about
like
you,
he's.
Andy?
I
Have
also
you
worked
worked
with
with
him too, and
ChanKamWo?
then yeah,
What was that?
he is always like whenever like we have anything like related to development, anything. So we give him some task and he immediately submits. So he's like one of our like best members, and then like he deserves to be a finalist. Like that's why like he's here with us competing in finals.
Oh,
So
okay.
I had one project, and then he submit like I gave him like we have I gave some tasks to him, and then he submitted, and he was like very good. So it's nice.
That's awesome. I'm kind of reading his one of his most memorable moments, and he talks about how it is actually winning a raffle on at Topcoder and receiving that prize, that delivery. He's like, that's the first abroad delivery that he's ever received. So that's really cool. um, we love giving out prizes here at Topcoder. Topcoder swag. A lot of people
Yeah,
love it. What's up next? We have eisbilir.
eisbilir from Turkey.
um, so do you guys know about him? He's the one that's unfortunately not able to participate in today's event. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard from Fajar he has a power outage issue on his places and cannot continue to join our competition.
mhm.
So based on his statistic here or joining since he's, he's our new member
Oh my
actually.
gosh. Yeah.
Actually,
Look at that. Earlier this year, and he has
this
41
year,
challenges he competed in, huh?
yeah, this is so
Yeah,
awesome.
out of those 41, he won like 24 challenges with 58% win rate, and then that's
More,
pretty
yeah,
amazing. Like half of the challenge, more than half of the challenges is
more than
participate
half.
he wins.
Oh my gosh.
Average placement 2.2. So even if he lose, then also like he does not lose, so he comes second. So if you can see that this average plot placement is like 2.2, so either he comes first or second. So it's like and then he's a very good submission rate. So that if
Right.
he's participating in any challenge, then he submits like 93.18% submission
Oh well,
rate.
that's unfortunate that he wasn't able to
Yes.
participate in today's event. But I think um, he participated in the QA event yesterday, so at least he got a taste of what TCO is about, and maybe he'll try for the next one for next year, and we'll see him in person. Who else we got? Jiangliwu. What do you guys know about Jiangliwu?
He's like one of the best developers we have. So he won once he's like TCO champion that we can see. So he competes like anything you can give it to him, he's going to solve it. And then like he's like he like any problem, like any development problem we have, so he has a solution for it. So give it to him and then he will come with the solution, no matter how hard is the solution, how hard is the problem.
He just likes solving problems.
Yes, so we have like client requirements from different clients, and then sometimes like those are very difficult and only if you can do. So if you go to jiangliwu, will be like these are the requirements and it's very difficult. Do you want? Are you interested in this? So he says if he's interested, then like it's bang. Like you don't have to look for anyone else. He's going to complete it, and it's like you don't have to run other challenges to if they are bugs. So it's like good submission, good code quality, and everything is good. So I like it. I like this guy, and then he's that like his code quality is amazing.
That's great. Yeah, it says that he he ended at the top in the top 4 for each of the stages this year. So that means he participates a lot at Topcoder, huh?
And also, if we can see his win rate, then 146 out of 184. So 90 or I think 80% of the challenges he wins every time with first placement. So out of 184 challenges he's participated, he won 146 challenges. So he's also like it's a good portal. So he's no match for others. So if he's participating in a challenge, then better you try another challenge.
Next up, we have NightWolf. I've seen this name before.
Yes, I have seen. So he is a developer. So he mostly participate, and if you have a .NET challenge, then NightWolf you can see it. Like winning most of the development .NET based development challenges. So he's also like I have seen it like in this many TCOs that I attended on site. So 4 TCOs he attended, and like if we can see his average placement is 1.8. So great placement. So even if he's participating in a challenge, he has a great chances of winning. So total number of challenges he participated 107 and won 84.7. So it's also like a great win rate.
And I also really like his most memorable moment. It looks like he surrounds himself with brilliant people. So his girlfriend looks like was competing in the QA track or had qualified for the QA championship, and couldn't get her visa in time, but got it one day after TCO started, and then she was able to fly in and meet him. And he said that's one of his most memorable moments. He was so happy to see her come in. That's a sweet little
Yeah,
story.
that's nice. Like last time,
So
2 years ago when we had that
yeah.
finals, so I saw that, but I didn't knew that story that she got the visa one day before. But it's great. Like it's one of the best things. So to come to the TCO and meet so many great members, and then
Right, yeah.
like one of the best members from around the world. So
That's how
only
I
if you
feel
can
as well.
get because it's like winning in this challenge is difficult, and once you win everything, then only you get an opportunity to come to that on-site event. So I like nobody would want to miss that challenge because of visa. So at least like she got the visa a day earlier, and then she was able to come.
That's great. We have one more competitor to look at. So.
Yeah, so it has very skillful on the UI prototype, I think, using using React JS or Angular. I have worked with him in some challenges also.
Oh, okay.
So this guy is competing. If we can see, he is a member since 2009. So before I joined and then like at the time like I used to participate, like compete with him. So he's also like one of the best UI prototyper we have in Topcoder. So and then it's been so long. So if you see this 2009 to 2000, 2021, it's like 12 years. And then in this 12 years, he's still competing, and he's still like he wins like most of the challenges. So if he's participating in a UI prototype or UI specific challenge, or we can say F2F, and he wins like most of the things. And this guy, that like he never misses anything. So if you see this uh, challenge specification of UI prototype, so when I used to compete, so that specification is like 2-3 pages long, and then every single detail, if you see, then he is going to implement that every single detail, and his submissions is going to be pixel perfect. So if you have a storyboards, let's say we have a PNG image, and
Mhm.
his submission, that HTML submission he is submitting. So if you want to overlap that thing, you will not found a single pixel from here to here. Everything is
Is
like
exact.
best to the market. That is the reason like he wins like most of the challenge, and he's so consistent for so long period. It's very amazing.
Yeah, one of our legend on the UI prototyping and development challenge here, Topcoder.
All right. Guys, we are gonna thank you so much for the rundown of all of these competitors. What I wanted to do now is kind of check out the leaderboard. So what do we have going on here?
Oh wow! So
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 can
we'll
someone
give
explain this? Yeah.
at this moment, if we can see that text here, we can see that we have easy problems, and then medium, and then we have a difficult problem. So if we can see the jiangliwu, then he has submitted, and then he got 99.555. So this is what I am saying about automated testing. So this is the result based on automated testing. So if you can see that when he submitted his submission, so his submission passed most of the test cases. So that's why like he got 99.555 score. And if you see that his medium problems, then he got like we have 500. So he got like 501.59. That's much he point he got. Like all the things is like he passed all the test cases. It's like he has 600, and other we can see that he
Oh
have
wow.
23 points. So if there were 43 test cases run, and then out of those 20 43, 4 are passed, so rest are not succeeded. So maybe in future in like just after that he will submit another such challenge, that in which he can earn more points, so his point can increase or decrease based on the submissions he is going to submit. The rest of the developers, I think they are still working on the things. Once they submit, we will be able to see these cases as well.
So I see Jiangliwu has points in the easy, but it's 0 out of 0. What does that mean?
I think maybe this is a kind of bug, because you will not be getting a point without passing any test case. So I was checking the forum, so it was written that like he was facing, or like somebody has posted that he's facing some kind of issues with the leaderboard. Like he submitted something,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
like the test case was not able to take it. So I think he submitted his submission to support, and then based on that he got this point. So maybe support run this test case, and then they found that this is the score.
Okay. Well, let's go see some screens here. We have ChanKamWo.
Yeah. So
What do you see him doing here?
I think he's working on the API development for the easy problem, I think. Hmm. He's checking the API spec using Postman, and then write the API here using Node.js, I think. Yes, JavaScript technology.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what he's doing. So what he's doing, that he has created some API, and then if we can see his code console, so there we can see that he's running the like he's running his solution, and then this is like request and response format. So whenever he has something. So like he sends a request using Postman. So whenever he sends, he get a set of response that we can see in the code window. So he is checking that whether his like whenever he's checking any test case, so whether that test case is returning the response in correct format or not. Because like the automated test cases, that's what they test. So whenever you run a test case, so based on the results, based on the response that is returning, so those are matched. So I think this is what he's doing, like he's trying to create an API and checking the responses. Here we can see.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, Postman, like this is used for the API development. I think most of the developer would be using this only, Postman, for testing their APIs they are developing.
Mhm.
All right, let's take a look at jiangliwu.
Okay.
KanLiu is working on I think he's working on a medium problem here to design the UI for a trivia quiz game for the medium problem. So we have easy, medium, and hard problem here. All of these three are screens. Yeah, so they have to complete the first one before, and then they going forward for the medium and then the hardest one. So it is
Yeah.
sequential. Mhm.
What I see that he has completed most of his API part, so we can see that he's not no longer working on the API. So what he's doing is like if you can see this, he's mostly updating the HTML, and now he's writing the CSS. He's writing. So whatever we can see on the screen, that the browser screen, like the trivia quiz 1 2 3, all these things. So he's creating a form. So in this problem statement, what the statement is that. Somebody has to enter login the application, and after login they have to there are some set of problem statements, and then they have to answer it. So what he's doing, like there are two, at least like there are two pages. So after login, so this is the second page. We can see that as we can see that there is a logout button is there on the screen. So in that there's a requirement that you should have a logout button, and the user should be able to answer the questions, like the trivia questions. So like mostly we can see that he has completed, and we can also see saw here that leaderboard. So he has already submitted in the medium, and then also in the first, like easy. So he might be working on the final problem, and trying to complete everything. So this is the HTML part he's doing after completing the API, I guess.
All right, and we talked about him earlier, all the way from Ukraine, NightWolf. Let's see what NightWolf is up to these days.
Yeah, as I say that I told you that he mostly competes in .NET. So we can see which ID he's using is Visual Studio. So like Visual Studio is also like a good ID, like, but most of the developers that we use VS Code, or some people use Sublime or other IDs like lightweight IDs. VS Code is relatively heavy because it has so many features. Like why it became it's a bit heavy. So here we can see that he's also doing like he's writing some HTML code. So I guess like he's also creating some kind of UI that like those that are asked in the application. So he's working on that, and he's also, it's very small to see. Yeah, he's creating an input form max question. Okay, so if you can see this form, then we can see that there is a button tag, div tag, and then the input. So what he's creating is a form from where users can interact with the application. So here's a button. So once the user inputs anything, so suppose that there is a question, and then the users need to submit their answer. So they are inputting their answer using this input control. There's a label to see that, like to describe the what this input is for. So there's a label, and then he's adding some more HTML content bracket break tag, and there's a submit button. So he's creating a form. So once he creates a form, the user will be able to interact with him. So he's also working on the UI part currently.
Cool.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
this is the home page. If we can see on the right hand side, so there we can see that home folder is there, and then there is this HTML file on which he's working on. So yeah, he's working on the home page as well.
Let's see. Looks like he's running something here locally.
Yes. Private world.
Oh,
Okay, there we go.
quiz.
Here we go.
So he has created an HTML, now he's testing. So these are public. So these are .NET. So like he's creating the application using the .NET.
Are you familiar enough with Microsoft technology, Sandeep?
Yeah. So if you can see that this is my Visual Studios, and then he is a very good developer in .NET technologies. So that's why we can see that he's using Visual Studio IDE, .NET, everything to create the application. And then we don't have any restriction like on languages, which tool you can use. So anything can be used. So like his preferred tool is .NET Visual Studio, and then he's coding using, he's creating his application using .NET technologies. So here also like we have that trivia question, and then there are four options. So user has to select one of those four options, and then they have to submit it. So similarly, once they submit, they can go to the next question. So there also like we need to log in, and there should be a logout button. So he should be like, but that is not that critical. So like he's working on the most more complex functionalities. So he's more focused on the complex functionalities, and once he's done, he may create that logout button and then login functionalities.
Okay. Let's head over to Soso. Let's see what he's up
He's
to.
some editor in jiangliwu. I'm not sure like which editor.
You can't read that?
No, I can read that, but it's tiny. English doesn't text. I can read.
He is using jQuery, I think. jQuery. Is it
And
right?
Notepad plus plus. I guess this is Notepad plus plus
Oh,
ID.
okay. Not
I
yeah, yeah.
guess.
Okay.
So he is writing something though. So this is like a JavaScript code. So everything you can see that this is
Yeah.
JavaScript code. So is
JavaScript using jQuery library.
obviously using. So here we can see that this dollar symbol. So dollar item dot find. So this is like clear. Like he's using jQuery for creating his application. So jQuery is like one of the most like most of the like if you see that which library is on rank one. So most of the people use this jQuery library. So it makes things easier for developers. So otherwise, like if you're not using jQuery, then you have to write a lot of code uh, to get that application, and then for cross browser compatibility also. So if you have written some code in vanilla JS
Mhm.
and it's not working, it's working on a one browser and it may not work on a different browser. So to get rid of all those things, like developers use jQuery, and it is one of the most widely used tool. Until of like a year ago, but nowadays like we have new tools like now we have React, we have Angular. So once these new things are coming, so they are making programming much more easier. But along with they make things easier, they add so many new capabilities. So now we have things are got easier, but again like we have so many more things to develop uh, in this challenges, talk to the challenges that we have.
Yeah. Based on the problem, I think we can also use native jQuery, native JavaScript, like
Yes.
vanilla JS, to access the DOM, the document object model. Mhm.
Yeah, vanilla JS we can use. So vanilla JS always works. So if you have a web browser, vanilla JS is going to work
Mhm.
always. So even if we are using this Angular or React, then also we can use vanilla JS. But it is more preferred to use the things in React JS. So there we get states,
Mm.
hooks. We have use states. So many new things are there. So those have made like the even if when we run the application. So if you are if you are using a website built on React or Angular, then those feels more responsive and more faster then again, like if you are not using that thing. And then they
Yeah.
offer actually lots of feature, and then you can build the website very much faster. So if you have a development team of suppose that 5 developers, if you want to build using Angular or React, then you can do it in 1 month. So if you are using this native, then that same application can take 2-3 months. So that's why like it's and then those libraries are maintained very well. So that's why like people are preferring to use React or Angular. But if you have a smaller application, not too much like there here in this final event. So this is like a trivia question, like you are trivia set, like trivia app type of application. So for this type of application, if somebody is using React or Angular, then they may have to write a lot of code. So for smaller application, it's better to use jQuery or vanilla JS. So that's why
Yeah.
like here we can see Suso is using vanilla J or jQuery to create his application. It will be faster, and then because it's not a big application, so you can easily create those applications using vanilla JS or
Mm-hmm.
not vanilla JS, and then just jQuery basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this semester I as a lecturer also uh, teach vanilla JS to my student on the campus using document that get element by ID, get element by uh, class name. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here, if we can see what he's doing, so in that application, so we have a wiki page. So Wikipedia page for Topcoder. So on that
Yeah,
Wikipedia page, so there are listed the winners of previous Topcoder challenge, like TCOs. So from that web page, members have to extract the details, like who is the
yeah.
winner for this TCO, which country does he belong. So he has to like members have to extract those details. So that's what he's doing. So he's reading the data from the HTML page, and now he's extracting the handle, country, year, this thing. So this thing you have to extract these information from the this is vacancy. This
Wikipedia.
is the Wikipedia page. From here, he's extracting the relevant information. So this relevant information is going to be used in the trivia application that developers are creating in
Mm-hmm.
this event.
Yeah. They need to convert the data into the JSON format, and then
Yes,
use that format in the quiz trivia game to answer the question.
yes, correct.
We
So
have uh 10 minutes left. Am I right?
Yeah. According to the leaderboard, it says about 8 minutes, but yeah, around that time. So not much time left. We are told that the leaderboard has a little bit of a bug there. There's some issue
We have
according to
some
Kets in the
issue, I
chat.
think, we have some issue, I think, on the leaderboard.
But it all comes down to how they perform with the manual tests anyway, which you'll find out on
yes,
Saturday for the at the award ceremony. Now, if you're not in the chat and welcome, you're missing out on some quality development chat
oh,
with
so where
Kets
is the
and
cat right now?
Kiriel.
Yeah.
Talking about Notepad is like, oh my
Ah,
gosh, using Notepad. Kets
yeah.
loves the no nonsense style. It's great. Check
I
out the
No,
remember
chat.
buying a book on jQuery in
no, no,
2013 and learning it inside out. Great to see. Yeah,
no.
it is still is used. So
Parent selectors.
jQuery is still used. So if you have a simple application, it's better to go for a jQuery and vanilla JS. So nowadays, so earlier what we had is like we had Internet Explorer 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these browsers are like so much buggy. So if you are writing a vanilla JS code, so that vanilla JS code is going to run on a latest browser like Chrome, Firefox, or any other things like the newest version of i10 or IH, but those things do not work on old browsers. So if you
Mm-hmm.
are, that's why like people used to use jQuery because those we have so many different type of browsers. But nowadays, if we see that IE10 is no longer there, so all
Mm-hmm.
those like old browser are deprecated, and now we have modern browsers. So most
Mm-hmm.
of them are using WebKit, and things are became more consistent. So from jQuery, people are moving towards vanilla JS, because like if they write something in vanilla JS and then they run it, it's still going to work on all the latest modern browsers. And along with that, they use jQuery React if the application is complex. Okay, so jQuery is dying, we can say nowadays.
Oh
But
no.
but yeah, but like it has a great era. It's long time. I mean, it more than 10 years. It ruled the web. Uh, like everybody used to use this jQuery.
Not anymore.
Now the
All right.
same thing is like jQuery is getting replaced by React or Angular. So mostly React, you can see React-based applications. And on one more thing we can see. So earlier we had only one type, or like the application has to run on one type of device, that is a web on a PC or laptop, like a web browser. But now new things are coming. So we have mobile applications, PW application, native, hybrid. It's different kinds of application, iOS, Android platforms. So all different kind of platforms running. So if you are using React or React Native, then like if you are using React Native, then you can create applications that can run on uh, iOS as well as Android. So like there are
Oh
like great
wow.
flexibility if somebody is using React. So like that's why like things, if you can do more things using React by spending lesser amount of money. So like if you go for a company, then companies also think that from this cost point of perspective, that it should cost less to them. That's why like and then it's easier to maintain. So they go for this hybrid application. Those are built using React Native, or PW application. Those can be built using Angular or React. And but if again, like if you want, if you are building a game like high performance application, then in that case, like we have to go for the native application that we built using Xcode or like Android ID or Java.
So we are nearing the end. So we're currently looking at NightWolf.
Yeah, like this working on this .NET app.
So do we have any extended for submission?
Yes, there was something might be unique.
Maybe 30 minutes or 1 hour to extend submission.
Sometimes what happens, like when you try to submit using on the Topcoder platform, and then many developers start to submit at the same time, then the website crashes and you are not able to submit it. So for that, like there is some kind of like buffer time we have. So if you are not able to submit in that particular time, you still get some 5 or 10 minute extra to submit. He's trying to like covered everything in the last moment.
Let's revisit jiangliwu one more time.
Yeah, so he is working on API. So if you pay there, we can see that app.get, app.get. So all these are like GET requests. So this is the part of Node.js API development. So I think he's finalizing his APIs. So maybe he's done with the UI part. So now he can move on the API. So here you can see this like we have this Axios. So Axios is also an lab library. So this library is used for making a backend call to the backend APIs. Here we can see that he has created the UI application, backend application, everything is ready. Mostly he's ready. So he's not focusing more on the styles, HTML, CSS, because those things does not matter much. The main thing is that functionality. So he has created backend APIs, and then now he's calling those things. So here you can say rest.send, like app.get. So these all are a part of Node.js.
Looks like they have about 2 more minutes to submit. So we should start seeing some submissions here.
He has completed most of the things. Now he's zipping his code.
He's going to submit now, I think.
Compressed and then
jiangliwu.
he's going to submit. Yeah, he's going to submit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now he's okay. Now he's check like the last problem set that we have the toughest problem. So he is submitting in that final problem. So he has submitted in both the first like easy and medium. And here we can see he is making a submission for the most difficult problem. This is for 750 point. So once he submits, there's going to be automated test, and we can see his like how many test cases are passing.
Looks like he's submitting to the hard one, huh?
Yes, I think he completed all three. So he's the
Oh
first
wow.
developer who submitted in all
Yeah,
three.
it's already submitted for the medium. We
Yes,
only
so
have jiangliwu here for the medium submission, and then we still waiting for the hard submission from him. For the easy, one, we have many submission from Soso, ChanKamWo, NightWolf, and others. But for medium and hard, we only have jiangliwu.
yes, maybe we should be able like in a few moments we can see his scores on the leaderboard for the
Mhm.
looks like for the hardest problem. Yes, he has submitted, but the scores are still not there for the hardest problem. So the test cases are still getting executed. So once all the next test cases are getting executed, we will be able to see his score for the hardest problem that is just now submitted. We can see the webcam of NightWolf. I think most of the developers are done with their submission. So now we will be seeing the results. So results of automated testing, so that we will be able to see that very soon on the leaderboard page. But again, like we have manual testing going on. So for the results of the manual testing, we have to wait for some time. So on 20th November during the award ceremony, so on that
Yeah,
day we can see that who won uh,
yeah.
and then who got most of the points. So
Mhm.
I think good luck to all the developers and the finalists. Those have submitted in this final event.
Mhm. So we will see the winner or the development track on the Saturday, uh, uh, and we are waiting for Bill's Edison to joining us as a problem writer for this development track. Hi,
Happy sedition.
Bill.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Hi, so much work you have today. Like you wrote all the
Yeah,
problems, and then now just like answering all the questions of the developers in the forums. It was
yeah,
like so much work.
yeah. Basically, it was fun. Yeah, when I tried to create, like think about what kind of problems I should prepare for the TCO, I was inspired. Like I remember just in 1 or 2 months ago, we had a meeting uh, 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 with the Harshit. You know, Harshit was gone,
Yeah.
so yeah, we played a trivia game in the Slack. So
Oh,
yeah, there was a lot of like fun facts of the past TCL. I said, wow, that should be a very interesting topic. So I chose this. Yeah, yeah, I like to bring it to the TCL final. So I have to thank like the Sergey Bodo-Prero created such an amazing Wikipedia for Topcoder Open, and it collects all the past uh, result of the TCL Open, Topcoder Open. So yeah, we had a very brilliant data source. Yeah, yeah, that's it. And
and
actually,
how you
yeah,
selected like different developers are using different programming languages. So some, like if we see that NightWolf is using .NET and other people
Yeah.
are using Java jQuery. So how did you came up for this thing, like creating a problem statement in which like anyone can create an application, like they should
Yeah.
not be relying on a particular application.
Yes. Yeah. If you went through all the three problems, you can find like for the easy one, the mainly focus on develop an API with two
Yes.
endpoints. Yeah. So for the API, it's just about the backend. So I think it's fit for anyone who can use like any like technology as long as you know how to build an API. So that's it. And for the median problem, you focus on building a purely front end. So it's a
Okay.
trivial game. Yeah. And for the third one, you see, yeah, you need to turn the trivial game into the multiplayer mode. So that means you need to build both the front end and back end.
Yeah, so for
Yeah.
backend developers, we have the API specific. For front end, we have like medium problem, and then the last one, so where we have both combination of both front end and back
Yes,
end.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
So basically, I think, yeah, and no matter if you are just like expert of front end or back end or both, anyway, I, at least you can find the right position and the right problem to check in, to jump into it. So I think it's fair for everyone.
yeah, that is fair. And how the testing is going on. So how the, like we have automated testing is there, and then how it tests the front end or the back end applications.
The same question I want to ask you, Will.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit
Yeah,
difficult.
actually, I did some tricks. So you must see the test cases for the medium and hard one. They are only one test case. So
Mhm.
it
Yes.
just to test, like if you build a front end and that accessible via the like 8080 port, then you
Yes.
pass it. It's just to make sure you are not submitting junks. So
Oh,
basically, yeah, for the median and hard one, yeah, it's very difficult to implement such a like automated tester for this. So it will heavily based on the manual review. But for the
okay.
API one, yeah, uh, it's okay. Yeah, I create like 43 test cases to cover almost every edge cases. Yeah, so the automated tester should work properly for the easy one. Yeah.
So after we have this automated testing completed, so there's going to be manual reviewers, the top code reviewers
Yes.
that
Yes.
they are going to
Yes.
review the
Yes.
applications. So
Yes.
even if like the UI is not working in automated test cases, then also like during the manual review, if somebody finds that this is working, then the member is going to get points.
Yes. Yes.
So that's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah. The final result will actually be based on the manual review. So the automated testing just uh, provides some provisional scores to show on
Okay.
the leaderboard. So yeah, they can check on other status.
Yeah. So the code quality and then other things that we have, like the regular scoring points that we have in a code track. So all those things are going to be considered when somebody is doing this manual review.
Yes, during the manual review. Yes.
So how if our finalists using mobile app technology using native Java or using Swift running on the iOS, is it acceptable?
No,
No.
no, unfortunately, no. Yeah, but actually, yeah, everyone should be I think everyone should know some basics of the web development. But as you mentioned, like Swift,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, actually, you can use Swift to build API.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's okay. I remember you know the Alexander, the Sorvik 83.
Yes, sir.
Actually, he is a
Yeah,
pure iOS developer, but
yeah,
and now in past TCO development,
yeah.
past
Our
TCO final, yeah, he built the API with a Swift. So I learned from it.
last year finalist, yeah,
Yeah.
2020, 34.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So this time, like developers are don't need to create a native app. Uh, so instead, they can create a PDF like a web application, and then
Yeah.
they can make their submissions. And for APIs part, so are there any restrictions on whether they can use Node.js or they can use .NET,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe some people prefer to use Python if they use.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
So
any
anything
kind.
can be used, isn't it? So
Yeah,
it's not
anything.
any restrictions on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very broad. Mm-hmm. Development, we have so many technology that we can use to build the API, the front end. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So suppose that you are competing in the challenge in this TCO final, then which of the problem you would have selected first? So either the easy one,
Nick?
medium, or the most difficult problem you would have selected.
Basically, it should be the easy one. I think. Yeah, the easy one is the fundamental high problem. Are you? Yeah,
Good. How are you?
yeah, I'm good. Yeah, basically the easy one, yeah, is a fundamental of all the three problems. Yeah, each problem, the data source should be from the web crawler. They should write a script to crawl the Wikipedia page and get the data structured and persist it in the JSON file, and then the rest of the development should be based on it.
Okay, so they have to use the live UI. Like they cannot use. Suppose that they are downloading that HTML file and then using it using that. So that is
Static.
not going to
We
work.
actually
You
did
have to
that.
call the HTTP.
Or static
Yeah.
data.
So
Mhm.
someone was having the issue with that. So I think
Yeah, that's
Bill
fine.
actually
That's
did that.
fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine if they just download it to local and parse it, because
Hmm.
I'm sorry, the web crawling, yeah, mainly to like pass the HTML and mining the data from it.
So the
So
parsing
basically,
part, like the mining
yeah.
the data, is in scope. So that they have to do, and then it's not matter like whether they are using a web or
Yeah,
the local version.
I'm just don't want them like to read through the Wikipedia and hard code all the results. Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
Okay.
So the crawler needs to crawl the website and it needs to create a JSON file. And then
Yes.
JSON file will be used as a database kind of a thing. And
Yes.
I mean, that will be used to make all the queries. So,
Yes.
yeah.
So that is going to be used like the source hosting. So if there are
Yeah,
four options,
exactly.
then that it is like the result for the correct result. We are going to look into JSON, and from that, like the user will be selected whether the answer is correct or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For your information, guys, we have jiangliwu hardpoint updated on the leaderboard, 1,400.
Wow.
Oh my God.
He's the only one who submitted in all
Yeah, I
three.
think definitely it will be everyone. Okay, his second is open. It's a very likely.
He's the only one who submitted in all three problems: easy, medium, hard. All everything is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Looks
is
like
there
I'm
any
having some
points
issues.
on the UI like you have to create some like you have to style the web application in this way or in that way? So, are there any points for that, or members are free to create
No, no,
anything?
no. Yeah, I think styling is okay as long as
Okay.
it's just not breaking the functionalities. So features
Okay.
first.
So,
Mm-hmm.
no need to create like CSS. Just focus
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
functionalities.
You
Create the
don't have
button,
to.
and then it should work.
Yeah, I don't think they have time to do this. Only 4
Yes.
hours competition.
Yes,
That's
it's
very
and then
tight.
three problems. It's
The time is very tight. Yeah.
So Bill, do we have a minor or major, uh, for the hard problem, for example, to implement the login, logout button? How about if they not complete this part? It will
Yeah,
reduce the
yeah.
score.
Actually, all the requirements, yeah, like the feature points should be considered as a major requirement.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't, like if they miss this requirement, they will be losing points from the manual review. Yeah, in the major section.
That's why we use
But
for
for the minor one, yeah, but for the minor one, it means like like for some, for example, they considered this feature point, but didn't like work properly. They can they can be regarded as a minor one.
So those things are going to become under manual review. So automated testing will not be used for deciding like which of the issues is minor or which is major. So those things are going to cover during manual
Yes,
manual
yes,
review.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
that's why we use manual review here.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Actually, manual review will be more rough and
Yeah.
and cover everything.
And initially, we have seen in the forum that people are were not able to submit their application. Like the automated tester was not running. I think jiangliwu was saying something about that, and then he submitted to the support. So did support run those test cases from his side, or like what happens during that time?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I get your question.
Oh. So I think some people I just checked the forum, and then somebody was having some problem in submitting their application to Topcoder on Topcoder
Oh
platform.
yeah. Actually, they can just report it to Topcoder support immediately. Yeah, and email them to the
Okay.
Topcoder support. Yeah, Topcoder support will help them to submit.
Okay. So like if you have a submission issue, you can reach to support and then get it
Yes,
resolved.
yes, yeah. Just write an email to support at topcoder.com.
Okay.
And
So
actually,
the
this year
final.
the provisional scoring was yeah. So like we had a very basic screening this year. Like previous years we had a like multiple tests. This year we only did a basic test for the submissions, particularly for the medium and the hard problems. So so you can think that almost entire scoring will be done via the manual review. So we'll
Okay.
have to wait and see who wins.
Yeah,
So currently the scores that we are seeing might change because these all are based
Yeah,
on automated testing.
yes, yeah,
yeah.
So there we have this comment code styling and all other things
Hmm.
that we have in a normal code challenge. All those things are there considered.
Hmm.
And the result will be announced on 20th itself.
Sorry.
A result will be announced on the
Pardon?
during the award ceremony. The results of the event.
yes. The result will be reviewed at the closing ceremony,
Mm-hmm.
and then we know who will win. Will be the
Yes.
next champion.
And then, like if you are hard coding something, then all those things are going to be
Yeah, if they just
checked.
hard coding something, they will, yeah, they will lose all the points.
Yeah. It is like it's like it's kind of cheating. So you cannot hard code anything. You have to
Yes,
do it
yes, and
programmatically.
everything should be based on the result of the quarter.
I cannot hear your.
There
Like you
you
are
Oh, you
talking
can't
on
hear
mute.
me. Why can't you hear
Okay.
me?
Now
So
we
do we
can.
have someone from
go.
like any finalists
But
for any interviews now?
What's that? What'd you say?
huh?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
you.
Yes,
okay.
Nick.
I
Do we
thought
have
Kat said something.
interview?
Oh, like a post interview is what you're asking?
Was interview? Yeah, with
Oh,
our finalists.
no, unfortunately, none of the competitors either could make it or wanted to come on stage. So it's just
Okay.
us. It's just us. I was
Mhm.
asking Kets what him and Kirill were talking about. You were just you were admiring the using Notepad plus plus, huh? Oh no,
Yes.
he's gone.
No.
Okay, sure. That was a tough question, guys. That was a tough question. How about you, Bills? You helped with the problems, right?
Yeah.
So were you impressed by how it went today with how the competitors approached the situation?
Well, yeah, it looks like my problem set is a bit like challenging. It's a bit challenging.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, from the current result, jiangliwu yeah made a very great performance here. He submitted all the 3 problems. He's the only one who submitted all the 3 problems. Actually,
Yeah.
during the competition, I'm in the room for hours. Yeah, actually, I witnessed how he completed these challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like he submitted very fast on the easy one, and then everything runs quite smooth to him. But for other competitors, it's not quite smooth, but it's also very fun. So yeah, from the result, I'm satisfied.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I
Yeah,
hope the results end up great as well. Oh man,
yeah, I
all right.
hope so.
You so you're in China?
Yeah, I'm in China.
Is it late right now for you guys?
Yeah, it's really. So yeah,
I mean, we got
but I'm excited.
Indonesia, we got India, right?
Yes, I think it's like 12 hours different. If it's day, then here it's night. If it's night here, then it's day here.
Oh my gosh, I know it's always so tough to have these type of you know,
Always
shows
in late night.
virtually, right?
That's why we should have always on site.
Yeah, no, we would love to have it on site. COVID.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Hopefully, we can be all set next year.
Next year, I
yeah,
think. Mhm.
we'll be all in the same
Yeah,
time zone. We'll all
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Cross finger.
Because Mirza, you haven't been to one TCO Finals, right? Live. You've been to the workshops with Adam.
Yeah, and in the 2018 workshop in Medan with Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Workshop for the UI design, I think, along with Fajar and our other members.
Uh-huh.
So Adam introduced us, the student, because the event held in the campus. So he introduced us what is Topcoder, and can we make living from Topcoder, you know, something
That's
like that. And then Fajar also inspired me to be a Topcoder members until now. I keep talking with him to improve my experience on Topcoder.
and we didn't even get to announce Bills. So Bills, you just kind of came in and started talking about the development, but I feel like a lot of people who may be watching
Yeah, yeah.
online don't even know who you are. So who are you? Are
Okay.
you still doing co-piloting right now, or and what's your
Yes.
Top Coder journey like?
Yeah, I just looking
Well,
at build
yeah.
for
Okay.
now in
I'll
confidence.
introduce myself first. Yeah, I'm Bill Leslie. My real name is Hong Hao Wang, so it is in Chinese. Yeah, and I joined Topcoder very long time. I think in 2009. So it's been 11 years. No, 12 years.
12
It's
years.
been
12
12
years.
years. Yeah, yeah. 12 years ago, I was still a college student, undergraduate college student in the third third three. And at that time, I just want to find somewhere to practice my algorithm program, competitive programming.
Okay.
And I just searched on the web and I found Topcoder. Yeah, Topcoder looks great. Yeah, I started with the SRM. I think most of us started with the SRM, but
Yeah,
at
they're
that time,
crazy.
That's the most popular thing.
yeah, but at that time I thought, wow, the problem of the SRM is quite challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my handle is always green at that time. That is very low. That's a very low rate. Yeah, and then I just wandering in the website, Topcode
Mm-hmm.
website, I found, wow, there are some like other problems that I remember at that time we had like code component challenge and assembly challenge, the very old style challenge. Yeah, I read through the challenges back. I even don't know what it says, but what it attracts me is the prize. Wow, the prize was quite attractive. but unfortunately, I cannot solve any of them at that moment. Yeah.
So
yeah,
you taught
after
yourself,
that,
or
yeah, I'm tried, but yeah, unfortunately, because at that time I'm also very not good at English. Yeah, English
You're
is my
doing
second
great.
language. So, yeah.
You're doing great. Love
So
it.
so I just quit Topcoder in about 3 years. So I'm back in 2012.
Okay.
In the late 2012, I started to submit my first code challenge.
Mhm.
By that time, I still don't win anything until 2013. I remember the first prize I won from Topcoder is $400. Wow, I was very exciting. After 1 year competing, I won some prize.
So
I remember, it was a second placement, and
okay.
after like several subsequent challenges, I won the second placement again.
You just kept getting second.
Yeah, always second. But anyway, it's okay. Yeah, because I still got some prize, but I think I need to improve myself. Yeah, finally I need to win the first place. And yeah, luckily I won my first place in 2014.
All right.
And then I kept winning the first place multiple times after that. And then I became more confident. But in 2015, I need to prepare for my PhD graduation. So I quit. I quit for a while, and then I came back like in September 2015, and then I won a series of the game development. I'm a proficient.
That's right.
Game developer. I work full time for game developer since 2015 till now. And then actually I know TCO Open only in 2016. Before I never knew there was a TCO Open.
Oh, you didn't know there's a TCO?
I was not noticed yet. I remember in the 2016 there was a bonus stage. It's very late.
I think I remember that.
I tried to pursue the bonus stage, and finally I got to rank 2. But unfortunately, for the bonus stage, only the top one. I think it was a bottom player. Yeah, he won. He won the trip. I lose. And then, I was very distressed at that time, but it's okay. Yeah. Then I started to prepare for winning the trip for the Topcoder Open, and I got it.
You got it the next time.
Yeah, that was my first TCO.
In which year?
Sorry.
In which year?
2017.
Okay.
2017. Wow, that was your first TCO.
Yeah, that was my first TCO.
But you only learned about it like a year before.
Yeah. Yes, we qualified together, Kat.
Robinson's asking when the dev problem statement will be made available. I guess he's interested in knowing what they were working on. Is there a place where they can check it out later?
So sorry, you mean what?
Oh, Robinson in the chat. He says, "When will the dev problem be available? Is it? Are you guys
statement made available?
The statement, yeah.
I think I need to check with Tony if we can remove the group for now,
Oh.
we just send a private group there. So
Oh,
it's
awesome.
not
Thanks,
public.
Kets. Awesome.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for that story. No, that was very entertaining. I'm always interested in hearing about people's journeys here at Topcoder, how they came to Topcoder, why they came to Topcoder, and then how they ended up where they are today. It sounds like a lot of people come in through the SRM track. It is very exciting. It is a very exciting track, but it does get hard, as you mentioned. I tried a few. I just went for the easy ones, just to kind of like bone up on my skills with Java and problem solving. So I did a little bit of that. It's good for job interviews as well. If you want to, brush up on your skills or anything like that, it's a great way to do it. But then, like you said, it's like, okay, I'm doing these, fun problems. And then you looked around the site and you're like, oh, wait, there's development like challenges where I can earn some money. That's pretty cool. But I'm always so impressed with all of you, because your drive to just like be great and do the best that you can and learn something, even if it's new, like learn something new and just go for it. It's so impressive, and that drive you can just see at the TCO mostly, because right now it's like the best of the best that have competed over the last year come to this competition. So really, really cool, really inspiring. So I appreciate all of you sharing your stories of how you got to Topcoder. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Mhm.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for all of your conversation for this round. So this is going to wrap up the development show for today. So thank you, guys. I hope to see you around, and maybe in person in a year.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Goodbye. Next year we'll see you.
Okay, so that will now take us to the algorithm competition. Yes, the algorithm semifinals 2, that is going to be starting in about a half an hour. At this moment, all of our competitors are heading into the green room, or I'm sorry, not the green room, but their breakout rooms. So they are preparing themselves so that we can then switch to their screen, see what they're working on, things like that. So we're going to take a quick break here. We will be back maybe 5 minutes or so before. So maybe top of the hour. At the top of the hour, we will be back. So if you're tuning in on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, we'll be back around that time. Until then, sit back, relax, maybe grab a drink, get some water in you, so you can prepare for this upcoming match. And we'll have our announcers with us. Okay, until then, I'll see ya soon. Oh, you know what? Calm down music. Calm down music. That's a very cool, funky jam, but not quite yet. I got something else for you. This is a reminder for the hackathon. The hackathon will be happening soon. We do have details now. If you go to the tab, if you're in Welcome right now, there's a tab. Where is it? Right there? Somewhere up there? Right there. Okay. $10,000 hackathon. That's what you're going to be looking for. There's a tab if you're in Welcome. Okay. Again, coming into Welcome will be... So that's the thing when you're producing / trying to click things on your screen. I was doing an example of clicking the $10,000 hackathon button, but obviously that took me to another screen. Didn't want to do that. Just wanted to remind you. Okay, so check out the hackathon. If you have any questions about that, reach out to us. We will give you all the details that you need. All right, guys. Now I am officially leaving you. See you soon. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Algo semi-final number 2, the second one out of 2, before we head over to the finals. Now, we got a very great competition coming up. You guys had tuned in, hopefully, to the Saturday competition, and we have a great panel of hosts. I wanted to get into this really quickly. The Algo round has just started, so I want to be able to talk about this enough with you guys. So let's just bring out the hosts immediately. Introducing, we got Penna coming up here. He's going to be helping us help kind of moderate everything for us. Then we have Yegor. Remember that name? Oh, he's been in a few TCO finals himself. You might also know the name KSun48. That's his Topcoder handle. That's Kevin Sun. He will be with us as well. And finally, Tourist. Yes, Gennady himself will be on the panel today. So let me welcome everybody to the stage. All right, have fun, guys. Take it away.
Are we live? Awesome. Now, I would like to introduce myself first here, as I'm the sort of the odd one out here. I'm a community manager at Topcoder, representing the community team here. So don't mistake me for any kind of rockstar competitor during this round. I will leave that honor to the rest of my esteemed panelists during the stage here during this event. I'm here representing the community team, as I said. So I will be moderating this discussion and asking questions and acting as a big rubber duck, but I'm no algorithm genius myself. There's a lot of great things coming in for algorithms at Topcoder, so this is a great time to be a Topcoder member. We have a lot of things planned. We have a lot of issues that we've been cataloging and that we will be working hard on resolving within the near future. And as I am a community manager, I sort of represent Topcoder to the community, and I represent the community to Topcoder. So if there's anything that sort of sucks, is horrible, or is done well, I'm your guy and will please be in contact with me. So I'll be able to represent everybody to everybody and make sure everyone's feedback is taken into account. But that's sort of enough derailing the conversation from our topic at hand. And with that, I would sort of want to give the stage to the rest of my esteemed hosts during this evening. So please, would you guys like to introduce yourself or say some initial words before we go into the round?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I am Tourist, as you might or might not know, and I've been a part of TCO for almost 10 years now, and a part of a Topcoder for 15 years. So that's definitely a great part of my life. And yeah, that's it. And we have Igor and Kevin.
Yes, hello. I was also part of Topcoder for like 16, 17 years and qualified for my first TCO 15 years ago. Gennady was a bit shy about telling how many TCOs he actually have won, but I wouldn't be so shy about myself. I only won once, 2012. So that's me.
Congratulations. Yeah, and Kevin?
Yeah, I'm Kevin, and I'm also a Topcoder regular. I've been on Topcoder for like 6 years or so. Yeah, I participated in a few of the TCOs in the last few years, but not all of them. So yeah, I'm happy to be joining you guys here. So I guess let's go ahead and introduce the competitors.
Sounds good. So today we have 8 competitors in the second semi-final, as well as in the first one. So yeah, the first competitor is Benjamin from United States. He is currently second ranked at Topcoder algorithm, and he is the champion of IOI 2019, and this is his second TCO final. And yeah, he actually won the TCO originals where I took second place, so I remember that as well. And as he is the highest rated competitor in this semifinal, of course, we expect him to do well.
So this is, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Heltion from China. Yeah, it's his debut for TCO. So, yeah, in the round 4, a lot of different submissions failed, but he's passed, so he's very pleased about that.
All right, the third participant is Eric Jan. I would not take the risk of okay, I will take actually the risk of trying to pronounce his handle as I heard it from himself. I think it's pronounced something like krijgertje. And yeah, he's from the Netherlands. And as you can see, he is a proud bicycle owner, as most Dutch people. And he's been part of Topcoder probably more than anyone or almost anyone in this semifinal. Even more than Igor, I think. And yeah, I mean, it's very cool that he's still advancing and participating in these competitions. And yeah, let's wish him good luck as well.
This is Maron Kiri from Japan. On Topcoder for 6 years, and this is his second TCO. Yeah, he placed third in World Finals, in the CPC World Finals in 2019, which is pretty cool. But in the same year, in the TCO semifinals, yes, he couldn't solve any problem, which a lot of people actually have zero or less points in the TCO semifinals. I have that myself in 2006, I think. So that's okay. Hope this time would be another. It wouldn't be the same.
Would you like to introduce Neil, Kevin?
Sure. So, yeah, our next competitor is NightWolf. So Neil's actually, he was also, he's been a Topcoder since like 2006, and he's taken a break since he stopped doing Topcoder and programming contests in like high school and college. But he's recently come back even stronger than before. And I think this is this is actually his first TCO. So
Second one.
Oh, second TCO. Yeah,
he was TCO finalist last year as well.
By the way, have we ever had before two brothers competing in the same semifinal? Anyway, he is KotWu, Neil's brother. He started participating on Topcoder in 2010. This is his sixth TCO. What I know about him, that he's a very cool guy. Very nice to hang around. And yes, in 2017, he needed a challenge to make it into the finals, and he did that challenge and made it. I remember I once had to make three challenges to make it into the it's on site. I don't remember the year, but Gennady was in the same room and he remembered my cries.
And did you make it?
Yes, I did 3 challenges and made it through.
Oh wow. Cool. Is there another? Okay, so we have Petr from Switzerland. I guess you should all know Petr. He's definitely one of the favorites to win this whole thing, basically. He's had 9 TCOs before and one of the top rated as well. We're definitely looking forward to see what he does in this round.
So is he the only one in the semis who won a TCO before? I think so, but I'm not sure.
Yes, he is. It actually seems that we only have 2 people who won a TCO in 2 semifinals in total, you know.
I see, and I know who the second one. Anyway,
Yeah,
Go on.
Yeah, we should have the final competitor, I think. There is SpyCheese, who was not introduced. And also we have only 7 people on the scoreboard, while we should have 8, right? Yeah, the final competitor is SpyCheese, Mikhail Putilin. He studied in ITMO University, just like I did, so I know him personally. And this is his first TCO, but he's already ranked 10 in ratings, and he's actually been doing pretty well the last, like, a lot of years. Like, he was great in high school, but then now he is going for the personal competitions and also in Topcoder Open qualification stage 1. I think he was like fighting with me for the spot, and then, like, I mean, he's been doing pretty well lately, so let's see how he can perform in his first TCO finals.
Talking about scoreboard, Petr compiled his easy problem. We'll see if this would lead to submit shortly.
Yeah, so like always in algorithm competitions, we have 3 problems. They have points assigned to them, 250, 500, and 1000. And once a competitor opens a problem, their score starts decreasing on this problem. And then once they submit, the score becomes fixed. Like, so they have to submit as fast as possible after they open the problem. And as we can see, most competitors, like actually all except one, went for the easiest problem first, the 250 points. And one competitor, Rico, went for the 1000 problem. And yeah, the strategies actually matter a lot, because you don't know the problems, so you can open any of the problems, but the only information you have at the start of the round is only the points assigned to the problems. And 250, 500, 1000 is actually the standard distribution. That's what the points look like almost always. So you just probably take more risk if you go for 1000, but then you might get rewarded as well.
Yes, it all depends on the basically on the set. If, for example, set is easy enough for complete all problems, then tactics do not matter that much, because you kind of have time for all the problems. But if, for example, the hard problem is so hard that you basically have to spend all time solving it, only people who will open it first probably will be able to submit it. So it's interesting how it works out. So interestingly, Petr haven't submitted yet, despite compiling. He's likely using plugins, so I'm not sure why he would compile if he's not passing. Okay. This problem is quite hard to check by hand, because the output is programmed in some weird programming language.
So does it look like he's passed the sample test?
I haven't seen the result of his batch test. But yes, I guess I need. The screen I think is quite small. But he's compiling
I guess we
again.
can go ahead and discuss the problem.
Yeah, sure. So the first problem is quite interesting. It is about some computer which have a memory of like numbers that can be pretty big. Yeah. Okay. So we have a computer with memory. With cells that contains numbers. Mm-hmm. I think in this problem we have guys, can you see what I type in the doc or not? I guess not. I'm not sure why. Anyway, we have this memory, which is, let me see how big it can be. I think it's up to 70 or something. You have to write a program with the following operation. The operation take 3 memory cells, subtracts first one, the second one from the first one, and then if the resulting number is less or equal to 0, okay, let me write it down. Operation is this following. First do
So it looks like SpyCheese has submitted already for 2 points.
and also Petr have submitted as well.
Oh wow. So we have 2 so far. I guess yeah. So the 250, the operation that you can do is you can take 2 cells of memory, you subtract the second one from the first one, and then go to a new instruction if the result is 0 or negative.
Yeah, I think I've written down more or less how it works. Basically, and the program stops when you access memory outside of the cells that you have available. And at that moment, the content of mem1 is printed. Initially, you can have like small, you can preset your memory with small non-negative numbers. But your target is to output a to the power of b, where a and b can be relatively big. I think only b can be relatively big. A is relatively small. So that's the problem. Gennady, have you thought about this problem? Do you think there is some easy solution?
No, I have not actually thought about it, but actually what I at least can say is that the problem looks pretty complex, right? Because it's not easy. Like you can jump into any point of a program, and like for the easiest problem, it's definitely pretty hard, or at least it would take some time, right? So we have two participants submitted it for about 200 points, and for comparison, in semi-final one, we had submissions for 230, about several submissions for 230 points out of 250. So we definitely can see that this problem is taking more time than a usual easy problem. And
Yes, that's true.
Petr has submitted the 250, but he is now testing the problem, or maybe he's reading actually his solution to make sure that it is correct, or maybe he already found the bug and he is trying to fix it, but that's unlikely. I guess he's looking at the scoreboard, seeing that there are only 2 submissions, and he actually is opening the 250 again.
Yes, and testing it, but I see that his program is actually quite like short. I mean, his output, which is the program in this language.
Yeah, I guess it is kind of, yeah, just some construction. Like you have some primitives and then you use them, right? It makes sense to test your solution a lot. That's also what I did in my semifinal. One thing is that because only like 4 people advance from the semifinal out of 8, you don't need to like win the round. So it's important to make sure that everything is correct. Anyway, Petr moved on to the second problem. He opened the second problem, and SpyCheese, as we can see, opened second problem as well, and he is already typing it.
It's called the second problem. What it was? Let's see. Maybe
we will actually return to the second problem a bit later, I think, and we will explain the statement, right? Yeah.
So the second problem actually quite short. I can explain it. I think it's very easy to understand.
Yeah, sure. Let's see the image. Kevin, I think, is ready to explain the second problem.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So yeah. So in the second problem, it's a problem about and I guess another problem of making a construction. So you're given a number n, which is 12 in this case, and you're trying to find a permutation in a cycle called the cyclic triangular permutation. And what that means is that each adjacent pair of elements have to sum to a triangular number. So in this one, we would have 3 here, 10 here, 15. And the triangular numbers are the numbers that can be represented as the sum of 1 up to n. So we have 3, 10, 15. So the first triangular numbers are 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, and so on. So we're just trying to find for some n, either some permutation that works or say that there isn't one.
Yeah, okay. The statement is actually, pretty short.
Yes, meanwhile, NightWolf and Heltion both compiling and testing the problem, so we may have more submits shortly.
Yeah, but they have not submitted yet, but they might be on their way. For the second problem, we have to construct a cyclic permutation such that all pairs of adjacent numbers sum up to a triangular number, right?
Yes.
So one different way to formulate this is that we can have a graph of n vertices, and we can put an edge between 2 vertices if their indices match, like have a sum of a triangular number. And in this graph, we have to find a cycle that visits all the vertices exactly once and returns to the initial vertex. That's called the Hamiltonian cycle. In general, this problem is NP complete, so we cannot solve it in polynomial time for a general graph. But here we have a special kind of graph, so that could be possible to solve. It's probably possible to solve it in polynomial time. And n is up to 200. I'm not sure, but So 2 questions that come to my mind is, one question is whether a solution is always possible.
It's not possible for n equals 3, but maybe it's possible for any other n.
Yeah, and I think actually what I saw in the screen of SpyCheese, he was actually just trying all permutations of n and check, like I think he was checking whether there's a solution for any n, like maybe besides 3.
Okay, n equals 4 also I don't think there is solution because
Okay, yeah,
one
maybe starting from some n, or maybe there is some parity or modular argument that disallows some n's, right? And
sure,
anyway,
but yeah, I think actually it's starting from some n.
Yeah,
Like
and then
based on some hitch
So
that I have.
one thing I would actually almost for sure try just to apply some heuristic algorithm on this Hamiltonian graph, to find the Hamiltonian cycle. Maybe just like backtracking, going to smallest degree vertex and something like that, and see if that works.
So
But yeah, I don't know.
the range of possible triangular numbers we can use is between like 1 and 2n. So there should be about square root of n possibilities for the triangular numbers to use.
Which is actually quite a lot of edges.
Right.
A lot, and also not a lot at the same time, I would say. But yeah, you should probably be able to use the structure of this graph to actually find a cycle more efficiently. What we can see in Neil's code.
I think Neil testing.
Yeah, Neil is testing his 250.
As actually
has not
participants, they were given the Python implementation of this machine, so they are able to just run their own program on this interpreter and see if the output is what they expected. So it's very easy to what we call stress test this problem to see if you pass all the tests, I guess.
I guess the downside is like if you're not passing, then it's kind of hard to figure out where your program is going wrong because it doesn't tell you, right?
Well, you can print out all the memory in all the steps, so you can kind of debug it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we have actually a submission from Neil, or maybe we will have it right now. But in the arena, I see that actually Neil submitted the 250.
Yes, for 163 points.
100.
So everybody who's opened the 250 opened it at the very beginning. So anyone who submits it later will have less points than these 3 right
now. Maroon theoretically can submit for more points because he hasn't opened it yet.
Yeah, that's true. Talking about, go ahead.
I finished my sentence.
Yeah, okay. Heltion is Heltion. Yeah, not sure how to pronounce. Maybe we can ask the composer later. But anyway, he's probably testing, or maybe he's still trying to solve the 250. And he's the only composer who has compiled it but not submitted yet.
By the way, at what time do you think Maroon should switch for other problems?
Yeah, talking about strategies, maybe we can take, whatever. Maroon was the one who opened the 1000 problem. And there are 2 ways to proceed from here. Either you just go on and try to solve the 1000 until, some point, right? So if you feel like you will eventually solve it, then it's probably worth finishing it. But again, it's risky, right? You might fail system test maybe, because that's what happened with the only submission to 1000 in the first semifinal, right? So nobody solved the 1000 in the first semifinal. And if you feel like the 1000 is not solvable, it's too hard, you can still switch to the easier problems and at any point, and the only thing you lost is the time, right? You spent on the 1000, but you don't lose on points. You don't lose points for the 250 and 500, and also you get the information about how hard 250 and 500 are. So for example, now you can see now Maroon sees that 250 is actually not easy and it would take quite some time, so he probably knows kind of when he has to open the 250 if he wants to solve it.
Sure. But meanwhile, ChanKamWo and Heltion both submitted 254 around 154 or 155 points. And Heltion switched to medium right away, while both Wu brothers still haven't opened other problems. But probably testing easy one. Talking about Maroon, we probably can talk a bit about 1000. I think this problem is quite easy to understand. I don't think we need whiteboard for it, or maybe we need one. Okay, so here we have graph. Directed graph where some vertices are black and some vertices are white. So it can be black vertex or it can be white vertex. We have two players. In each step, a player selects a black vertex. For example, this one, and selects a vertex that follows it. So, for example, we can select this one, and then alters colors of both vertex. It was, if this one was black, it would become white, and this one will become black. So graph that we are playing on is not any graph, but it's actually constructed from the same small graph. Graph is up to 12. The base graph is up to 12 vertices, and like any possible number of edges, up to 12 times 11, n times n minus 1, basically. But we have k copies of this graph, k up to 50. And each copy is colored, maybe colored in any way possible. So if we have like this vertex is black in one copy of the graph, it's not true that it would be black in every copy of the graph. Now we have a game. The usual rules: the one who can't move loses. So it is possible that there would be a draw if like none of the players can make the other one lose. So there may be possible that the game would continue definitely, and this is considered a draw. So the question is, who wins?
Yeah, so I guess some of my thoughts, in the version of this game where there's no directed graph, or sorry, there's no cycles, so it's a directed acyclic graph. I think this problem is relatively straightforward, because basically you can think of each black node as a separate game, and there's a pretty standard and well-known way to combine multiple games and get a result based on that. So basically we can think of each node as being a nim pile of a certain size, and nim is like a separate game, where you take erase stones from piles, and if we assign these name values to the vertices, then we should be able to take the XOR of all of them to determine the final winner. Is that
Yes, this sounds
right?
reasonable, but yes, because that's not true, because we do have cycles, and based on the fact that n is such small, up to 12, I guess there is some kind of solution where we calculate something for each possible coloring of a given small graph, and then somehow start from there. So
Can we go to Maroon Arcade's screen?
Yeah, sure. That's a cool idea. That's Maroon's screen, and
I
it
guess
seems he's
he
still
hasn't
thinking, right?
started typing at all. That makes sense.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe he just switched back, of course, but at the moment he just looking at the problem statement, or more specifically, explanation of the third test case. I'm not sure about the index, but
Yeah, so in general, for acyclic graphs, basically you can calculate Grandi numbers for each vertex, and for graphs that can contain cycles, there is a generalization of Grandi numbers. And I'm not really sure. Maybe actually this problem requires some theory of that kind. So you should know how to deal with games with cycles to actually be able to solve it.
as I understand, participants cannot use internet, or can they?
I
In
think they
terms
can.
of
Yeah, I think they can.
Okay.
Yes, if I was a compositor, I would definitely, like, after some thinking, I would probably go and check the theory on this problem.
So in terms of news, everyone who submitted easy opened 500
Yeah.
medium. Only Eric haven't yet submitted easy out of people who opened it, and he
We can
already
take a look at the
compiled.
scoreboard, right? Let's take a
Yes.
look at the scoreboard. And yeah, what we were looking at is that Petr was typing the 500, and if he submits it soon, that will definitely change a lot.
Yes, and
But
he
as
actually
of now,
compiled it.
yeah, he actually compiled it, but he didn't submit it yet again.
Yes.
So we have 6 participants submitting 250. SpyCheese, Petr, NightWolf, ChanKamWo, Heltion, and BQI 343. And yeah, Eric is the last one to submit the 250, and everyone moved to 500. Maybe that's also because everyone saw that Maroon did not submit the 1000 quickly enough, right? And not even compiled.
That's definitely consideration.
So yeah, as I said earlier, Maroon will have more information about 250 and 500, but actually he also gave information about the 1000 to everyone else as well. So it's kind of double-ended. We are back to Petr's screen. He's still typing, even though he compiled. I think he is not done with his solution yet.
Maybe he just tested some specific cases which are handled in some other ways than the general ones.
And at least one thing I can see in his code is that he's using some randomness.
It looks like he's using a flow graph, so some kind of matching or max flow.
Yeah, I guess. But still he has it's random. So maybe it's kind of, he tries to, oh yeah, I think I understand. He tries to find a matching, like he tries to make a collection of cycles. He tries to pick some edges so that each vertex has one outgoing and one incoming edge. And then he is kind of hoping that if he shuffles the edges, he will get just one cycle in the end.
Right.
I think that could be the
and
case.
this is another problem where you don't necessarily need your code to be too fast, because there's only 200 possible test cases. If you just find a solution for each n, then you can just basically load them into your code.
Yeah, that's a good consideration. Yeah, maybe you can use all the time you have to find the answers if they exist.
Right. You could even try to do it the whole thing by hand. It might be feasible. I'm not sure.
200 probably not, but who knows? Maybe you can insert a vertex into like the previous cycle, right, one by one. But 200 is probably too much anyway. I would not do that. And then talking about Scott Wu, as we can see, is not typing the 500 yet. He is still looking at the problem. But talking about Petr's strategy, like he's using random, and then it might or might not be a good idea. And as of now, he doesn't know that, and nobody knows that, right? He might succeed, and at the same time, he might not succeed, and maybe it's not even possible to solve a problem in his way.
True, but at least he can like check if it passes or not, because it's very easy to run it on all tests. And well, unless there is some big tests where actually the answer is no, you can always just like see what answer is generated and check if it is correct.
Yeah, I would say it's very tempting to try something random, like shuffle, whatever, brute force. I would probably fall for that. And I'm just saying that it's not necessarily a good idea, but it's tempting.
It's tempting, and I think it's relatively quickly to implement. Oh, we missed actually. The SpyCheese have submitted for 500, and already moved on to a hard problem.
Yeah, that's actually a very important point. We can take a look at the scoreboard. And Neil Wu started typing, but he's just typing some DFS. So I think he's just trying some brute force search. And SpyCheese submitted 500 and immediately switched to 1000. So he's probably confident that his 500 will pass. Maybe he tried it on all possible test cases, and then like only 3 and 4, maybe like he doesn't have a cycle, and for every other case he does have a cycle. And then in this case, if he can just check, he can just directly check that each cycle is correct for any possible test case, then he should be absolutely confident his solution is correct.
He also uses randomness, as I see from his solution.
Go look at
it. He does a shuffle. I think he basically does the same thing, but I'm not sure yet. Let's see. He uses something called LCT.
LCT is link cut tree, probably?
Yes, probably.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think I understand. I think he's just using some code for finding a Hamiltonian cycle in general graph, which someone posted on Code Forces a while ago.
Okay.
With some heuristics with a link cut tree to make it faster. I think with 200 verses, you probably don't need link cut tree to get log n instead of n. You could just use whatever, but anyway, it seems that he is just actually applying some like general code, not using the structure of the graph. And it seems from his code that he actually tried all possible ends. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think based on that, it's pretty likely that you will pass.
Yeah, I guess it is likely. And we can see Benjamin's code, Benjamin's screen, and he's typing the 500.
Interesting. He have some like I think he's kind of failing on n equal 24 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's unlucky, but probably he can fix it. He's also using the web arena, unlike probably most of the participants, or maybe all of them. So yeah, maybe if we actually look at the scoreboard right now, maybe it's a bit too early, but I would say that we can see the SpyCheese submitted, and then I would say it's pretty likely he advances if nobody like solves the 1000, for example. And also, we have just switched and we caught an important event. Maroon opened the 500, so it means he probably gave up on the 1000.
That's true.
Yeah, my impression is that the 1000 seems pretty hard. So I wouldn't be surprised if nobody ends up with it.
The question is it solvable by some general method or not? Because if it's solvable by some general method, you can probably Google it up. But
That's true. Yeah.
You need to know it exists, probably, but yeah, it could be the way. But anyway, Maroon did not do that. And let's see. I'm not sure about like predictions, but I would say that maybe we will have more than 4 people solving two problems. I think it's pretty likely we will have more than 4 people, and then it will like the 4 advancers will be decided on speed. But maybe we will have people solving 1000 as well. But at this point, I'm not really sure. I'll probably bet we won't have any.
At this point, I guess if anyone would solve 1000, he will do this only after submitting both easy and medium. Okay, maybe Eric can select if he finally submits his easy, he may elect to then go to the hard problem, because otherwise his score on easy would be pretty low. And even if with relatively quick 500, that may still be not enough to advance. We'll see.
Yep, that's true. But actually, I'm not sure. If Eric submits the 250, maybe he can just go for 500. I think it's still okay for him. If he submits 500 quickly, his loss on 250 will not be as important. But it's a consideration to open 1000 after that. At this point, SpyCheese is probably the favorite to solve the 1000 because just he opened it and did not give up, right? And at the same time, Maroon gave up on the 1000 and nobody else opened it yet, and will probably not switch until someone sees that they have no chances to advance with only 500. They probably should not switch. Should just continue working with 500. Right?
Of course, people also can hope to make some challenges in the challenge phase.
That's true as well. And also about time, we have the round is 85 minutes long, and it's already 46 minutes into the round. At least the coding phase is 85 minutes long. So we are past the halfway. And there might just be not enough time to solve the 1000 because of the hardware problem.
Seems like Umnik a little bit disappointed with medium problem because it is apparently solvable by general algorithm, general Hamiltonian path algorithm. Okay, Eric finally submitted his easy problem, but haven't moved on yet.
Yeah, he has 117 points, which is below everyone else, but not that a lot. Not by a lot, right? So I think 500 is still viable for him. Yeah, he opened 500 right away. Just judging that in 37 minutes, it's just likely that he will not be able to solve 1000.
By the way, we can see very easily that the points for problem are not linear with not change linear with time, but actually they change slowly at the beginning and at the end, like the several minutes, like first several minutes and after a little bit more time, but then in the middle, like they decrease much faster. So Scott is also testing on all tests we see. A lot of global variables.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, even though it looks like the general Hamiltonian path heuristic worked for SpyCheese, like a lot of contestants are having trouble, so you might not actually see that many solves in the end. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, ChanKamWo is trying to... Yeah, he's printing the cycles he gets. And Yeah, it seems that he doesn't have a cycle for n equal to 14.
But he
But
has one
he-
for most of the larger ones.
Yeah. But then for smaller ones, you can just use brute force anyway, right?
Right.
So-
Maybe actually n equals 14, maybe that single case that is relatively big that is impossible. We
Could
don't
be,
know.
but you should still probably do some brute force because otherwise you cannot be confident.
That's true.
I would not
Interesting.
submit if only 14 was not working for me.
I would guess that in this problem, actually, all the solutions will just fit into the problem source. It's like it's not necessary to like speed up your finding to be able to finish on server. It's enough that it will finish on your machine.
Yeah, that's true. We're now looking at the screen of SpyCheese, who is actually typing the 1000 problem. So he's leaving some to do right now.
To do solve problem.
To do solve problem, yeah. But he's actually typing, and that means he has some ideas at least. And maybe he, like, to do could mean one of two things. One is that he has some part of the code which he wants to type just later. Or maybe he just doesn't know how to type this part of code, and he will think about it later, but he knows that the rest of the code will still be needed. So he's just typing it first.
That's true.
But that's pretty interesting. Yeah, he's definitely got more than half an hour. So if he has the right ideas, he could be...
He do have some value. And basically, if in one of the states this value is -1 and there is some other like condition that is satisfied, he will return a draw. Interesting, but otherwise, I guess he would just calculate XOR of those values. Interesting. So basically, yes, it seems like there is still some kind of Grundy number. It's just not that direct to calculate.
Yep, there's some generalization. So yeah, maybe he's trying to find some loops, and yeah. Anyway, there's not much action on the scoreboard as of now. Nothing changed. Petr has compiled the 500, but not submitted yet anyway. And Heltion, we are looking at their screen, and Heltion is also using the web arena, reading or maybe just looking at the problem statement of 500 right now.
Meanwhile, jiangliwu also compiled 500 and is batch testing it now.
It could mean that he will submit pretty soon. Or not. If he already tested it locally, then he will.
He's still changing something in the code, so interesting.
Yep. We are back to the screen of Heltion, and yeah, Heltion actually has some cycles printed for small values, and yeah, Heltion doesn't have an answer for 14 as well, so it could actually mean that 14 is the impossible case.
It's a curse number.
Do you remember if SpyCheese had 14? I think he did, right?
I don't know. No, I don't remember.
I think I've only read his solution after the fact, and
Yeah, I think we wanted
Wow.
looking at his screen while he was testing.
Another idea I had for this problem is, like, maybe if we didn't want to go for the heuristics or the randomized solution, if we pick two triangular numbers that are like both about n or so, or a little more, then we can kind of alternate on them and try to use all of the numbers that way. So like if we use 10 and 15, we could go 1 to 9 and then to 6 and then 4 and 11 or so on. So I'm not sure if that could lead to a solution or not.
Yeah, that's
a good idea.
yeah, it's an interesting idea. So maybe you should choose some number which is close to n, right? And two numbers actually that are close to n, and maybe you can actually visit almost all the numbers this way. It's not clear how you can finish the cycle though,
Right.
and also how to
There will be
include
a
all
few
the numbers,
numbers
right?
that.
Yeah, you will have at least a few numbers missing out, and
So you'll need at least one extra triangular number and maybe more.
yeah, maybe you can just have 3, but I mean 3 numbers.
At the very
sure.
least, SpyCheese solution have like a special case for if no path is found, output empty. No cycle is found, output empty vector. So at least like there is no special case in his solution that handles like some number.
Yep, and yeah, we are looking at the screen of SpyCheese, and I think he actually returned to the part that he marked as to do earlier. So maybe he actually finished the later code. It's not easy to follow the code just because, like he has some ideas in his mind. He's converting them to code, and it's just in general hard to read anyone else's code on the fly. But we can see, like, yeah, he's actually testing it already. He copied into the arena. He's compiling.
Interesting. He do not use any plugins at all. He uses like Applet Arena, but like he copies right through the coding area.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, now his solution failed on test case 1, or maybe 0, we should say, because the test cases are numbered from 0, and he will now test. Yeah, he's not using plugins. That could actually speed up his performance, but if he's used to not using them, actually, he opened some part of his. He opened some earlier output of his code to the medium problem, and I think he had no cycle for n equal to 197.
Interesting.
So that could mean one of two things.
That's true.
Maybe there is no cycle for 197.
Which would be weird, to be honest.
It seems very unlikely.
I don't know. Yeah, but maybe he just trusted the code.
I just did, but well, wouldn't that code like run only output that there is no cycle? If there is no cycle, it just would run for a very long time. And with 197,
I don't think it will. I think it's just some heuristics. It just run a lot of times, and then if it like you cannot prove that there is no cycle, right?
Yeah.
So I think
it's just let it run for a very long time. So I think it has a chance of being wrong. Yeah.
We'll see later. And also, let's see the scoreboard. Mikhail is testing the 1000, but we have NightWolf submitting the 500, and he's now in second place. And as we can see, the points of others on the 500, it's pretty likely Neil will advance if everything is correct, just because not a lot of people can actually beat him, right?
I think only Maroon, Eric, and
Yeah, that makes 3 people. And 3 people is enough, right? He's second. If 3 people beat him, then he might not advance, but he has some pretty good chances.
But Maroon also needs 2 problems to beat.
Yeah, actually 25
so
minutes. And if Maroon, let's see the screen of Maroon
I don't
actually.
think it would be enough for 250 and 500.
Yeah,
Because the
250 actually
250
took like
quite a
20
long
minutes.
time.
Like, yeah, what was the time? Let's see. SpyCheese submitted the 250 after 16 minutes. And he's the fastest solver, so there's not a lot of time for Maroon. Can we see the screen of Maroon? I wonder if Maroon is already typing the 500, because otherwise, actually Maroon can still advance just solving the 500, right?
Right.
If not
But
enough people solve two
right.
problems.
Which
that's
is,
true.
I think it's
So he should almost certainly not switch to 250 and probably just finish 500. If he has any ideas.
if he thinks that maybe only like these 2 people will solve the 500, then 250 could still qualify. But it does look like an approachable problem, and the fact that 2 people have already solved it probably means that a few more will. So we have 20,
Yeah, Maroon is actually
24
typing the
minutes
500, right? Yeah, he's typing. He's trying all ends and tries to find some. Yeah, he has some Hamiltonian cycle algorithm, and then if that algorithm doesn't return anything, then he runs the brute force. And yeah, the question is how many different ends are hard for his solution. He's running it right now. We have switched to Petr's screen. Petr is one of the first openers of the 500, right? Because he finished the 250 second after SpyCheese, but he still is working on 500, right? He is actually written some, what's that? STL code. I'm not sure why that happened, but maybe he had some runtime error. Yeah. So, assuming that not many people solve 500, Petr can still advance with his speed on 250. But to be safe, he should definitely solve the 500 right now, right? He has 20 minutes. Should be enough. But maybe not. Like I said, if you go for randomized approach, you might just like get stuck for as long as it gets.
I wonder if we should assume, for the sake of argument, by now that SpyCheese medium is probably will fail. I wonder because of 197.
Well, I don't think we should assume that, because we don't actually know. But also I just saw some part of output, so we will see later. Maybe SpyCheese will return to 500 and check it again if he feels not confident. But I think he's working on the 1000. And also, I don't think you assume that 500 fails, right?
I think if you look at Scott's
us or the participants?
If
both.
Look at Scott's solutions, a lot of time.
Since SpyCheese and Niels don't agree, then I feel like we can be confident that one of them
we
is
can't
not.
We can't tell for sure. We are not testing the solutions, right? Anyway, Igor, what did you say?
Sorry, I said that Scott have if you look at his solution for near ends, they have a lot of common parts, I would say.
So
Which is
he is
interesting.
trying to use solution for n to like maybe insert n+1 into solution for n, right?
I don't think so.
Or
But
maybe shuffle something.
I think the solution that is generated just happened to be because of some property.
Maybe just similar solution generates similar outputs for different ends. That could also happen.
Hmm.
So yeah, Scott is working on the 500. Let's take a look at all the other screens, I think, maybe just to take a sneak peek at what people are doing. Mikhail is looking at this 1000 clearly. Neil is actually not opening the 1000, and with only 20 minutes to go, maybe he should not. Like maybe he will open it just to read it before the challenge phase. But if nobody submits the 1000, then it just even makes no point to read this 1000, right?
Yes, it's true. It's unlikely that you can do it in 19 minutes by now.
So yeah, probably the best Neil can do is just make sure his solutions are correct. We can see that Maroon actually compiled the 500. Neil is testing the 500. I think he is implementing a brute force solution right now to check it for small ends, maybe. Or maybe if his solution is actually fast, like maybe there's some brute force that is fast enough for bigger n as well, and then he will just have double check, right? Which is also good. Maroon, yeah, I can see in the arena that he's actually, he's testing the 500, and will he submit? It seems that actually n equal to 12, judging from the outputs of Maroon, n equal to 12 is the smallest. 2 and 12 are the smallest ends for which a solution is possible, if that's
Cool.
correct. That's pretty funny. So we are given
Petr submitted to 500.
Yeah, and then I think Maroon, what Maroon was actually doing is he was just plugging his outputs into his code. Maybe his solution is not fast enough, but he will just print the pre-computed answers right now, and he will probably submit very soon.
That's true.
Petr submitted, and Petr is up to the third place. He is less than 50 points behind Neil, which means that one successful challenge would be enough for him to beat Neil.
True.
But right now they're in second and third, so there is no real need to fight for the places above fourth. Like I mean, if you're in the top 4, maybe you should not like try too hard during the challenges, or maybe you should.
I wonder what no means in Eric's solution, because after that he kind of prints out the pass.
Yeah, not sure either. But Eric is trying the 500, some DFS. So I guess that's some brute force search. Okay, we have 2 more submissions. Let's jump to the scoreboard. We have Heltion submitted the 500, and Maroon submitted the 500.
And Maroon moved on to the all will move on to the easy problem. I wonder if it's enough time. Let's see, it's 16 minutes.
Like I said, SpyCheese took 16 minutes to solve 250, so Maroon has exactly 16 minutes right now. He might
I think it's
have
possible,
enough time. Yeah, he opened the 250 straight away. So now it all comes down to whether he can finish it before the end of the coding phase. And if he can, then actually he will even will he? He will jump to second place, I think, right?
Yes, but yeah.
But right now he's in fifth.
If it stays the way it is, it depends on the SpyCheese or everyone's 500s whether they would pass, and everyone's easiest. But I guess with easy, it's easier to to make sure that you pass all tests, because you kind of can.
Yep. So that's what we were talking about earlier. Maroon went for 1,000 at the beginning, and he only wasted time on it, right? In the end, we know that he only wasted time on it without solving it, and now he might not have enough time for 250. While if he just went for the normal strategy everyone else was doing, then he would very likely have enough time, and he would have better chances. But you never know beforehand, so...
Interestingly, Neil still testing 500 on the server, so I wonder if he finds some test
maybe
case.
he found some test case and he will fix it, and then maybe he will resubmit. While Petr and Heltion actually went on to open 1,000.
Actually, can we take a look at Heltion's 500 solution? It looks it's very short.
If n equal to 103, there is some pre-computed answer, and then otherwise it's just some DFS. I think it's just trying to find a Hamiltonian cycle, going to the smallest degree vertex every time, like sorting the candidates in increasing order of degree and trying in this order.
Oh, interesting.
Like that's what I would try if I had to. And I'm not sure, like if he tried all possible n's and he has a solution for all n after some point, except for 103 where his solution may be too slow, I don't know, maybe he found the solution a different way, he might be confident.
Maybe the same way, but just like it's too slow for server, but fast enough for...
So as we said, Maroon has just pre-computed answers, and Petr has... Petr actually has some pre-computed answers as well, I think. Not answers as such. Petr has some pre-computed, I don't know, starting vertices, I think.
I think those might be seeds, maybe?
Oh, seeds. Yeah, seeds. Actually, seeds. Okay. He did not want to pre-compute, like to plug in the answers. Like he didn't want to plug in n-square information into the source code, maybe because it could be... I don't know, what actually is the source code limit? Is there any?
I think it's something big.
I think he should definitely be possible to just plug in everything.
200 square numbers should be okay.
I wonder if unused code rule is in operation this year. Do you know?
No,
because
it is not.
Unless
even if it is, Maroon's like array probably.
Maroon's code is used.
Yes.
For some n, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he commented out all the calls to theoretical, but anyway, the array would like have more size than everything else, and so everything else would be definitely less than 30% of the total code.
But I think the rule is not in place anymore, so it's all fine.
Okay, I checked, and Maroon actually have some solution for n equal 197.
Okay, so...
And I think Petr has it too.
That means unless I saw something wrong, maybe SpyCheese's 500 it could be some kind of cheese and might not pass.
Cheese.
Unfortunately, we cannot copy a solution from Arena.
That's fine. Like, no one can do that. That's fine. But anyway, like that could mean that we will have an exciting challenge phase or maybe system testing phase. We will see later.
That's true, but how would you know that it's 197 to test on?
That's a good question. Maybe someone will try to challenge him on 200.
Is there any randomness in the code of SpyCheese? Or is it...
Yes. I mean, there is randomness, but I think it's predefined seed.
No, it's actually No, it's actually time. It's seeded from time, so maybe it actually passes.
It actually have different behavior depending on when it's run.
Interesting.
That's true. Okay, Maroon is trying to solve the 215 time. I think he was actually already Was he? Not sure. He's still reading this Python code given in the problem statement. Neil Wu actually went on to open the 1000. That makes sense too, even with like 10, 15 minutes to go. Maybe there is something he knows and he can quickly solve or maybe even copy from somewhere if he knows the problem exactly. That does sometimes happen. That's like not something too bad. Like if you have solved 10,000 problems in your life, then when you see another one, it could happen that you have actually seen something similar before. So there is some chance. We have 5 people who have solved the 500 and 3 people who are still trying to. But I think each person, maybe Scott Wu is actually a bit behind on the schedule. Yeah, and Benjamin is probably also behind. Eric, if he submits right now the 500, he will actually jump to top 4. So there's still a chance for everyone.
But if we do think at least somebody's 500 will fail, then we have room for another person.
That's
Like
true as well.
any of Scott, Ben, or Eric could make it.
Yep.
Yes, we're in
If
the
they
last
solve it.
minutes of contest.
And we're back to SpyCheese's screen. And as we can see, he's compiling the 1000 and he's still working on it. He's not turning back to 500. And his solution passes the examples and he's submitting. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. And yeah, he actually submitted the 1000. So that's another way for him, even if his 500 fails, and even if his 250 fails as well, he will still have more points than anyone else right now. If he's 1000, just his sole problem 1000 passes, then it's enough for him. And we can also see Eric in the 8th place currently. He opened the 1000, so that could mean that he actually gave up on the 500, which is not a good thing for him, for sure, because it's unlikely that the 1000 is solved in 8 minutes, but we'll see.
Probably, can we see Eric's screen, what he's doing now?
I guess he is reading still, or maybe
Yes,
just
I mean,
looking.
but maybe that was some kind of series of misclicks that he opened 1000 and he's back to 500.
That could happen too.
Maybe he saw that there was a submission and that's why he decided to at least have a look at the problem.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. For example, if maybe we expect 500s to fail, or at least some of them, then one successful challenge for Eric will move him to 6th place, right? So if there are 2 people failing 500, he could just make it to the top 4 with the easiest problem and a challenge. So he might be considering challenging the 1000, but he needs to read it first to do that.
But there is an intermission for that on one hand. But yeah,
You still have to open the problem before the intermission.
Yeah,
Otherwise
I
you
don't
won't
think
be
you
able
can
to read
open it for the first time in the
Yes.
intermission.
Yes.
right. Are you sure? I was pretty sure that you can open problems in intermission.
Not 100% sure. I think I always open all the problems.
I remember
So I
failing
can't
to open it once.
Okay. Anyway, it probably means that Eric gave up on the 500, so
That's true.
his best chance is now making a challenge and hoping people fail.
Ben still
Ben's
going
still,
through his
yeah,
code.
he's trying to do the same DFS. I think he's trying to do some brute force search. So far, we haven't seen anyone, I think, going for any non-randomized solution to the 500 problem. Which is, we don't know exactly what the intended solution is. It could as well easily be a randomized approach, because if you have a solution and like for any n from some point you have a solution, then basically like it doesn't matter how you got it, right?
That's true.
Like your solution is probably correct if you have a solution for any n which satisfies the constraints.
But it would be a bit sad if that's true.
I don't know. I don't think that's sad. Like personally, I think this type, like even this type of problem setting is fine with me as well. I don't think that's too bad. But this graph has some property, like it's not just arbitrary. So
yes, I mean it would be sad if it is just like solved by using some general algorithm. If it is a randomized algorithm, but it works specifically good for this case, that's okay with me.
I agree. Yeah, maybe just general Hamiltonian path is not that fun, but anyway, we'll know the intended solution later, I think. And we are looking at Petr's screen, and on the left part, he is typing. Oh yeah, sure. On the left part, I think he's trying to solve the 1000 actually.
Yes.
Oh, is he? Yeah, he is. And on the right part, he has some paper opened on the topic. I think it's probably the solving games for cyclic graphs.
Well, if anyone can do it in 5 minutes, it's probably you and Petr, because of your experience with such things.
Maybe. You mean with looking for papers?
I mean, scrambling at the last minutes with a hard problem, implementing what you want, and you basically need to do it right away correctly, because you wouldn't have time to.
I don't think 5 minutes will be enough for him, but anyway. I mean, I don't think 5 minutes would be enough for me. Just to make it clear.
On the other hand, he already has some code, so it's not that.
True.
And if you look at SpyCheese code, I don't think it is that long.
Yeah, just need to be careful.
Like half of his code is actually template, so the actual code starts in the middle, and yeah, I guess it's around 100 lines, but that's not that many.
Neil is, I think, testing. Yeah, he's actually testing the 250. Maybe he's preparing some challenge cases, but like the only input to 250 is just two numbers, right? A and B, because you need to write which is maybe we did not actually mention that, but you need to write a program that calculates A to power of B.
I think we mentioned it. It's 160,000 possible inputs. So I'm a bit. I'm not sure why people haven't just like tried all of them. I think it should finish in something like several minutes or so.
Like the numbers are huge, right? You need some, like in Python, I think it will just be too slow. But probably if your solution works on the biggest test case, it's pretty likely it's good enough.
Yeah, like I think if it works on the smallest ones and the biggest ones, then it should be fine. Yeah, because the program should run in like a regular. Do we know anything about what the solution is?
I would guess that there is like some. You just need a way to write a cycle, basically, right?
Like a loop.
Then to loop, yes, and then to like add numbers, you need to first obtain. You first need to subtract like second number from 0, and then subtract result from the first number. So I think it's generally just like a way. You have a cycle that adds up to A times the last output, and then you have cycles that do this B times.
Yeah, I'm glancing at the code of SpyCheese, and it looks just like some cycle which just does pretty much what you said. So yeah, just saying that this problem is 250, like it's the easiest problem, so there should be a reason it's 250. It's probably not requiring any complicated algorithms or like just coming up, understanding the structure of the machine and coming up with some primitives like a loop should be enough to just solve it.
That's true, because the problem itself is quite unusual in some way. You have to like you have then to make it a bit easier in some other aspects for it to be still 250.
We are into the last minute of the coding phase, and Scott Wu, we were looking at his code, at his screen, and he was actually trying to finish the 500, and I think he's testing right now. He will probably submit if nothing goes wrong. He also has some pre-computed answers. Not sure if all of them, but at least some.
I wonder why his solution is so slow and equals 12.
No, it's not slow. I think it's okay. He will probably submit, right? Will he?
Yes.
Also, yeah, he submitted, and he jumped into 5th place.
So it looks like he's within
less than
one challenge
behind.
of Heltion, yeah.
And coding phase is over. Okay, congratulations to the participants.
Yeah, it seems Maroon and Petr haven't been able to finish respectively easy and hard.
Yep, Maroon did not finish the easy, didn't have enough time, but he might still have a chance. And Benjamin and Eric need several people to fail their second problem to actually have a chance to advance.
And then also to have successful challenges. So these goals are kind of
that's also true. They are also the slowest on 250, right? So they also need they need to challenge some people's 500s.
500s, yes.
So just like in semi-final 1, we have exactly one submission to the 1,000 problem from SpyCheese in this case. In semi-final 1, we had a submission from AC Rush, which unfortunately failed. We'll see what happens this time. But just looking at the scoreboard, it seems that it's pretty balanced, like the problem set as such. So we have people submitting all of the problems. And we have more people submitting the 250 than people submitting the 500.
I think
but maybe the 50 is a bit hard, but yeah.
Scoreboard screen is frozen because the remaining time for challenges is actually now something minutes.
The timer is not running, but anyway, the challenge phase starts in approximately 3 minutes from now, and we'll see. Challenge phase, actually, what is a challenge phase for people who are watching this for the first time? Algorithm competitions at Topcoder. Challenge phase is a phase where people can look everyone else's solution and maybe challenge, like input a test case and run the solution. And if it fails, the person who made the challenge gets 50 points, and the person who was challenged gets 0 for the respective problem. So that's another way to score points, not solve problems quickly and get points for them, but get points for challenges and increase your score this way.
To caveats, if you challenge incorrectly, you give minus 25 points.
Yeah, so you shouldn't just challenge everyone randomly.
And then if you have negative number of points, you can no longer challenge.
Yeah, that's also true. So you cannot just challenge everyone. Well, you probably can challenge everyone, but not on every test case. Not too many times. There is some limit.
Yeah, for example, SpyCheese have quite a lot of leeway in terms of challenging.
That's true.
But there seems like there's almost no reason for SpyCheese to challenge, unless he thinks that multiple of his solutions will fail.
Yeah, I think like he's the fastest on actually on all the problems. On all problems, yes, he's the fastest on 250, fastest on 500, fastest on 1000. So actually, just he doesn't need.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, if he wants to, he can, and he will probably still qualify.
And also talking about challenges, like it's a pretty different skill from just solving problems. So some people at least do not even like try really hard to challenge others just because like I don't know. In this case, it's the TCO semi-finals, so everyone should probably try to. But we know cases that some people just ignore the challenge phase altogether. We'll see. At
Yeah,
least,
so one,
like I guess for SpyCheese, it's probably safe to ignore the challenge phase, but
one common thing people do is to like come up with some cases that they think will be hard for like many solutions and prepare them before them in the intermission or even in the coding phase, and then they'll use them in the challenge phase after looking at some people's code.
that's right. You can either read the code and try to come up with a solution that fails this specific code, or you can just prepare a test case, or maybe you can just not look at the other's code and just challenge straight away. That's sometimes what I do. So let's see. We're going into the challenge phase right now. It is starting now. Let's see the screens.
Maybe we
Interesting.
can look at Scott because he is 5th place right now.
Scott is 5th, but
People opened relatively like diverse set of solutions. Not that everyone going for a single solution to look at.
we are already closing some solutions. Scott is opening 250s, Petr is opening 250s, Benjamin is opening 500 and then 250. So yeah, they just maybe just clicking randomly just to look through the solutions maybe and get an idea what happens.
Yes, no challenges so far. But it would be really hard to challenge something in this round, I guess.
Okay,
Given the
Petr went for a challenge, it looks like.
Yes, Petr unsuccessfully challenged Eric's easy, and it puts like Petr in 4th place, which is kind of risky.
That is an interesting move.
I wonder what's that. And he moved on. He wouldn't try to challenge it again. So I guess he realized what he thought was a mistake is not a mistake.
Or maybe he just tried a large case and it didn't work.
Eric, as we see, go through 500s. I think. I'm not sure. So yes, through 500s.
Yeah, just Petr's. But probably after somebody unsuccessfully challenges a solution, nobody else will try. Because at least on the 250. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 1000, so like it seems like it could be a problem that you can mess up, but it's not really easy to make a test case because you have to basically construct a graph that is tricky. So I wonder if we'll actually see any of those, especially the people who didn't spend much of time on the problem. It's probably pretty difficult.
That's true. As we can see, most solutions on easy, something like fixed program where we change just a couple of values that do depend on A and B.
Sky is looking at 500s right now.
I would guess this change phase would be a little bit uneventful. I was surprised there was any changes at all, but yeah, Petr tried, failed. And yeah, unlike in the regular Topcoder rounds, the change phase here is only 10 minutes because there is a lot less people in the room.
So if there are no challenges, then your rank can only go up if you pass all the problems.
That's true.
So Petr should still be safe if nothing else happens, assuming his solutions are correct.
That's true. But assuming both his solutions are correct, I guess he shouldn't have challenged it at all.
Yeah, that's also true.
All right. So far, let's see the scoreboard, I think. We have just one challenge so far, right? Do you think we'll have any more challenges later?
I don't think so. I actually think that's it for challenge phase.
Okay.
I'm more surprised that there was challenge at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like probably both. Like in 250, you just try the biggest test case, or maybe there's some corner case, like the smallest case, like the smallest and the largest, as Kevin said before, are the cases to look for.
I guess Ben or Eric can try to challenge some 500s with some random test at the very end of the challenge phase, because they need both that 500 fails and they get the challenge. So that may be a correct tactic for them.
Yeah, we might just see a few random challenges at the end from the lower ranks. But we don't have anything still besides Petr's.
Yeah,
No,
we have just one challenge. That would, like, I think that Scott actually will probably challenge someone in the last minute. At least he should.
But why? If someone sells 500 fails, he will pass without any.
Well, there are two. Like one way is that maybe he can challenge someone below him, right, to get
Which
50
is,
points.
I mean, if you're talking about medium, that would mean maroon.
For example,
And,
or maybe that could be
SpyCheese,
SpyCheese, right? If he challenges SpyCheese,
that's true.
then he could get 50 points if necessary. And then if actually Scott pulls that off, he will be bragging that he made the challenge to get to the finals not only of TCO 2017, but also TCO 2021.
That's also true. I, of course, can brag that I made challenge to be a champion of TCO, but...
Yeah, that's probably unbeatable.
That finals were kind of weird, because there was only 2 past solutions there.
both on the easy problem, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 2 past solutions out of 24, right?
Well, there wasn't 24 submissions.
Yeah, but... I mean, like 8 people, 3
but
problems,
at least,
and only 2 past solutions. Yeah.
At least the 3rd place was with 50 points for successful challenge.
Yeah, so that was one of the hardest ever TCO finals, probably the hardest ever. Like, I don't think that ever had one.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if this year's finals only had 2 solves.
I mean, maybe not the hardest, but at least with least amount of problems solved by people.
That's true.
Petr is looking at SpyCheese 1000.
Yeah, he opened it twice and closed it twice. Not sure why.
I mean, maybe it was something like, let's see, nothing. Or maybe, but it's still nothing.
In general, like Petr could make a challenge but he doesn't really need to. If he but maybe he could be afraid of Scott, right? So it's kind of like a difficult game. Like Scott has 40 seconds. We have 40 seconds to go. I think we should look at Scott's screen because in fifths, and he should probably be the one to challenge randomly at the end.
Yes, Petr kind of have this buffer of 25 points. That means that he can make a successful challenge and still retain
20
first place.
seconds. And Scott
is going through.
Yeah, he's just going through random solutions, and I think he will not. Oh yeah, okay. He tried the challenge.
The very same 250.
Yeah, that's actually weird.
wait,
he tried the same one that Petr tried to challenge, but maybe he didn't see the Petr's challenge.
Yes, and that's it.
That's possible.
Yeah, that's it. Let's go to the scoreboard. Yeah, we can see that Scott challenged Eric, and it was unsuccessful. So, and that's it for the competitive part of this round. Congratulations to all the participants. We've had a lot of pleasure to watch this. And now all that is left is to wait for the system testing phase, where the solutions will be tested against a big set of test cases, bigger than just examples. And some of the solutions might fail, in which case people will get 0 points for them. Or if the solution passes, then you get the whole points. And the top 4, as we said, will advance.
I would venture a guess that for 500 we have 199 tests.
Yeah, probably 500 has all the possible test cases. 250 cannot afford that, and 1000 has way too many test cases. Because just graphs, you can have a lot of graphs.
2 to the power, sum of 2 to the power of n times n minus 1.
Please print that number modulo 10 to 9 plus 7. The number of different test cases to the 1000 problem. That could actually make a fun problem in some cases, but probably not in this one.
Yes.
Any predictions regarding system test? Do you think that 1000 point solution will stand the test?
We are not educated on the matter enough, but if anything, if I would have to guess, I would say yes, it will pass. What do you think, Gennady?
On the 1000? Yeah, I don't know. I would. It's hard to say if it will, but I would really like it to pass, just so that this problem is not just wasted, I would say. It's always nice when someone solves each problem. And I think pretty soon we will have interviews with some of the participants, where we'll be able to ask them about their approaches and their general feeling about the round.
Yeah, by the way, for some definitions of a perfect contest, if, for example, SpyCheese solution for is the easy or medium fail, this would be the perfect contest. Everyone solved something, nobody solved everything, every problem is solved.
Is not in the submission.
Okay, hello. We have Eric and Petr with us.
Is my sound fine? Is there no echo?
Yes, it's fine. Petr, what was this scramble at the last minute on the 1000 with some article opened on the other half of the screen?
I mean, it's a really standard question, right? So you just need to know how to find the generalized Sprague-Grundy numbers. So I opened the article and was implementing it. Probably in like 10 more minutes I could do it.
I see.
Or at least that's my impression. Am I missing something?
I don't know. Heltion, what do you think about those two challenges on easy problem, including one from Petr?
Yeah, I just heard he challenged on this A0 case. I didn't handle that separately, but I think my problem handles it fine. So.
Was it the A equal to 0 case, Petr?
Yeah. So yeah, it's It's for second year in a row I make a really stupid challenge in the semi-final, right? So it's becoming somewhat of a tradition.
At least you're still in top 4 this year, you know.
Exactly. But I thought kind of optimal strategy for Scott was to challenge the 1000 of SpyCheese with just large test case. I'm a bit surprised he didn't do it.
He actually challenged the same solution which you challenged, which is
but
pretty weird.
I think 1000 is practically more likely to fail.
I think it's. I think on 1000 it's just a bit hard to actually come up with a test case that is hard. That's the same thing that I was thinking during semifinal 1. There was just one submission to the 1000 from AC Rush, and I was suspecting that maybe it could be wrong, but I just didn't have any good ideas about the problem, so I didn't know what test cases are hard and what test cases are not hard. And since we only had possible impossible outputs in semifinal 1, here we have win, draw, or lose. You just have a big chance of just unsuccessful challenge, I think.
Yeah, but another possible problem is time limit exceeded, right? So at least you would challenge for that.
Okay, maybe.
I'm not sure actually how fast.
What do you guys think about the problems in general?
Yes, the first two were nice. The third one seems to be just implement this algorithm from internet, which is a bit unfortunate. But
so you have something. Sorry, you have something more complex in the medium than just use some general Hamiltonian path algorithm. We've seen that you pre-stored like some random seeds for each n.
Yeah, I didn't have any pre-written Hamiltonian path algorithm, so I kind of handcrafted one myself, and it was too slow, so I had to fix the randoms. Basically, run it locally and fix the random seed for every n.
Did you use the structure of the graph in any way?
No.
Okay. That's a question like we have, like we don't know if there's any solution that does, like probably there is a solution that does use the structure, because otherwise it's a bit weird.
And also there is some
of the solutions.
Yes, some heuristics posted on code forces that's like kind of optimal in some way.
I guess you can copy someone else's code if you have any.
Yeah, sure, try that. Did you try something like this, Eric, Jan, or
did I?
How was your fight with this problem?
With the 500, I found out I could solve small cases brute force, but I didn't think of how to optimize that for the larger cases. Mm-hmm. So I tried to find patterns that maybe I have 2 edges for every vertex, and they something like where's it, this, and then try to connect that, but I couldn't find something. But I just saw are all solutions just try to find the Hamiltonian path just by looking at locally best things, or?
I think most of them. Heltion solution is quite funny because he goes like he does this algorithm where he goes to the vertex with the smallest like remaining degree, but at the same time he have a special case: if n equals 103, then print this.
Yeah, I saw that in another solution as well.
Maroon query just printed out all the answers like.
Yeah, we actually wondered why Petr did not do that.
I did not know what is the source size limit.
Okay. Maybe you should check it out before the finals.
Yeah, I also had a very nice fight. So I had this random seed pre-computed, and I hard-coded it, and locally it passes, but it doesn't pass this 12 sample.
Different random?
So random is the same, but random shuffle is different apparently. So the function shuffle from standard library has changed between my C++ and their C++. So I had to implement my own shuffle.
Okay.
Also, we have some interesting info about SpyCheese medium solution. He do like he have a random seed which is taken from time, but on his some local run he have no solution for 197.
Interesting.
But he has, but it could still pass. But
yes,
maybe not.
I think the coder runs every solution twice, right? So he has actually.
Does.
If it times out, I think they rerun it on a dedicated server or something.
I don't know.
But no, he prints out no solution.
Maybe that doesn't time out.
Okay. And we have another guest, which is ChanKamWo. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how's it going?
we had a lot of fun watching the contest, and we saw that you made a challenge at the very end, trying to get into top 4, right?
Yeah. I'm glad it.
How did you get
a little entertaining?
How did you choose the
basically,
solution to challenge?
Yeah, I got kind of wrecked actually. So basically, like I was dealing with the 500 until the very end of coding phase, right? So I never opened the 1000, and so then I didn't get to look at the 1000 at all until the challenge phase. I wanted to look at 250s for 0 case, of course. I just Petr and I goes down on that, and that didn't work. And I wanted to look at 500s just to make sure. And then I looked at make sure nobody did anything that was too suspect. But then like I looked at 1000s and then I saw that it's like this. And yeah, it's like, I mean, first of all, the answer is only one of 3 possibilities. But also like, I don't know what kind of graph to make because I don't even know what the problem is asking. I was trying to do it anyway at the very end. And then I realized that like even generating a random graph would take me more than like 90 seconds. So I just decided to instead. It was pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
Guess our production want to say us that results are ready.
Yes,
also
we can continue this discussion after going through the results.
All right, let's see the results.
Are you nervous, guys?
All right, so we have the final results, and congratulations to SpyCheese, NightWolf, Heltion, and Petr on advancing to the finals. And bad luck to Scott Wu, Eric Yan, and Benjamin and Maroon. We could see that exactly one solution failed, which was SpyCheese's 500, which is what we were discussing during the stream. But he actually made a great comeback and solved the 1000, which is cool that we have a solution to 1000. Do you have any thoughts about? Did you suspect that SpyCheese's solution will fail? Any of you? Did you read it?
Not at all. Doesn't his code have the assert in the code?
Yeah, good. I guess, as you said, if I notice that he uses basically seed, initialize random generator with a not fixed seed, I would suspect something weird.
But it's pretty hard to challenge that, right? Exactly.
Also,
because he uses
it could be that his solution works for 200 and fails on 197, which would be pretty hard to challenge anyway.
Out of question completely, I think. I just didn't see that he doesn't use a fixed seed. It's kind of strange. Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on the round? Any additional ones about?
I can still tell how my weird way of finding Hamiltonian paths, I should probably copy paste some good stuff, but my way I actually used a flow. So I built a bipartite graph. I find a flow which gives me some set of cycles, and then I just try to merge them. And if I failed, then I start with another random ordering of the vertices, build the flow, and so on. So it turns out it needs at most a few thousand iterations for every n.
So you mean just build a graph where each vertex has one incoming, one outgoing edge, right?
There are two copies of each vertex on left side and right side.
You built a perfect match, right?
Yeah, build perfect match.
Yeah. That's what I thought looking at your code. That's pretty creative way to find Hamiltonian path cycle, yeah. I would say.
Yeah, some DFS stuff next.
Yeah, sorry. DFS, yeah, that's what I thought first. So we can see that Heltion's code passes, except for 103, which he had to hard code, which is pretty hilarious. I don't know. Maybe he just did it for fun. Maybe his solution works for 103, but he just decided to hard code 103 to like let everyone think about what's going on.
103, right?
Yeah, challenge on 103.
I tried to hard code all the solutions, but I couldn't paste it into my Topcoder editor. It was pretty brutal actually. Like the output was just too large.
Okay.
So then,
I think
like the way that my code works is like I start with the solution for n equals 30, and then I build n equals 31 based off of that, build 32 based off of that. So then what I had to do instead was I have to like save every 10 solutions instead, and then build from the like most recent one.
Because otherwise it's too slow, right?
Yeah, because otherwise it's too slow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying if you could not actually paste all the answers.
Yeah.
How did you add a new vertex? Yeah, Maroon managed to paste all the answers. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe my paste was just not effective enough. But no, the way I did it was basically I could do some. I could have done something like Petr actually, maybe, where I just put the seed of what I need. But what I do is like let's say I have a solution for 100. I want to create a solution for 101. So then I look at I just choose some 20 consecutive vertices, and then see if those 20 plus number 101 I could reorder somehow and keep the rest the same, so that it all works. And like it turns out that just works. Basically, like when I was looking at the data, it's like the switches you need to make to add one extra number are usually pretty small.
So you just take some small block and try to shuffle it, right?
You try to mess around with it, yeah, to make it work and have the new 101 number in there, yeah. So if I actually just loop through all of them, but if I actually just put probably more than enough. Yeah.
I just saw SpyCheese fails for 12.
What?
Things.
Okay, yes, he actually in the arena we can see that SpyCheese's solution actually failed for 12, but maybe that's what we were talking about. He had random based on time. This is, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he, I think his solution ran just once. Maybe he should have run it like multiple times, 100. I don't know, until he finds the solution. Maybe that could be the fix.
Oh, I see. So his Hamiltonian path algorithm has an argument mx_ch, basically how many times to try weird stuff, and he doesn't pass anything.
So that's 1, right? Or 0, right? Maybe he should just, yeah, maybe that was just some argument which he missed, because I think that's not his code. I think it's some code from Codeforces.
Oh, no, it is actually. It says by default it's n plus 100 times n plus 50. That's quite a lot for 12. That's weird, actually.
Yeah, I agree. Should be enough. Not sure what happened there.
Well, 12 factorial is bigger, but yeah, that's a bit suspicious.
Yeah,
well,
a small question to Scott. Like I don't want to rub it in. I just wonder if you look at who challenges anything else. Like the only challenge that happened in the challenge phase before yours was that Petr challenged Eric Jan's 250, the same problem you tried to challenge.
Right. So it basically seems like the only options I had were, I did see it. I mean, so like I have no need to challenge anyone above me except SpyCheese, right? So then the only ones I should challenge are like krijgertje, Ben, Maroon RK, or SpyCheese. SpyCheese 1000, I just didn't have time to make a case, so that was kind of unfortunate. And then the other two I read, and it was like, I mean, there's two things to look for, I think, with the 250 that you can mess up. Like one of them is the n equals 0 or 1, and then the other one is like if their solution takes more than 200,000 steps, right? Mine,
Hello.
so I didn't realize this until later, but like actually the you can't actually get an input of 7 and 20,000 because 10 to the 5,000 is the limit, right? But otherwise, like in fact, if you could get an input of 7 and 20,000, like I think more than one of these 250s will fail.
Yeah, my solution relies on that you
Okay.
cannot have that big an input.
I see. Yeah. So I was looking for that as well, and I thought, like, because right, exactly, because yours has some questions on both of us, so I thought maybe Petr had done one and I could do the other, but yeah, it was still it was more of like a last ditch effort than like I expected it to work. But
I think my 250 also looks the most messy of them all, so most likely.
Hello, Mikhail.
Yeah,
Hello.
we have the winner of the semi-final too.
Yeah, thank you. I think you discussed my second problem. I can tell you what happened here. I thought about some construction, how to do it, didn't come up with anything, so I decided to just find somewhere some code for Hamiltonian pass and just copy paste it. I actually didn't know that the code that I copy paste doesn't try really hard to find the cycle, but instead it may sometimes decide not to do it and joins an empty vector. So I didn't notice it in the beginning, but in the end of the contest, when I double checked my B, I actually found out that yes, it really does it. I tried to add some repeating running of this code, but actually I didn't made it in time. I don't know. Actually, my Topcoder Arena showed me something strange. First of all, it showed me that it is still coding while it was intermission, and second, it didn't show me the standings. It's pretty strange.
During the contest, Gennady noticed that your own run of all test cases returned like empty vector on 197.
Yes, it actually returns empty vectors on some random numbers. It can return it on 12, on some bigger
Yes.
numbers, but when I
Your
checked,
solution
I
actually
thought that
12
it
to
looks
12.
okay. Like I thought that if it returns, no, actually when I tried to run it on all numbers from 1 to 200 once, I found out that it returns empty vectors only on some small numbers, so I decided that it's okay. But
I see.
it
Yeah, your
turned
solution
out
actually
that this
failed on
code is
12.
yes, it turned out that this solution is actually some kind of random.
Well, at the very least, you decided not to spend time to testing it and switched for 1000, and it turned out to be a correct thing to do because you solved
Yes,
1000.
actually 1000 is a problem. At some point in the summer, I guess, when I solved some Topcoder problems, I found out that there are actually a lot of problems about game theory, especially Grandi theory, so I decided to just learn as much as possible about it. It turned out to be a like nice, valid strategy.
Yeah, but in the end, it was just standard algorithm that you implemented, or was there some twist to it?
Well, actually, yes, it is a standard algorithm, but like how to assign random numbers to graphs with cycles. But I spent some time trying to optimize it because the naive solution, I thought that the naive solution is too slow. Like in this algorithm, you have to, for every node, you have to go through all its ancestors and check if this, go through its next nodes where you can move from it, and you should check for each of these next nodes if they have an edge to some other node, and it is probably too slow, so I tried to optimize it.
Cool. Neil, hello.
Everyone.
How does it feel to best Scott?
The first question just bam. I mean, it feels good to qualify, and I'm happy with how things went. It's unfortunate that Scott ended up in 5th, but I guess
I'll be the only Wu brother at the finals this year. But man, you just really went for Scott with the first question there. Scott's got a deadpan face right now. But yeah, I wanted to comment on the 500 where you guys are mentioning the 103 case in Heltion's code. I actually also have the 103 case in my code, and so I can explain what happened there. Basically, I realized pretty quickly that, first of all, there's only 200 different inputs for the problem, so you can actually make sure you just pass all of them, and then you're good, or you could even hard code. And I started with a pretty simple, just recursive backtracking, and that was too slow. It started to, sorry, there's some construction here, so there might be a little bit of background noise. That recursive solution started to be too slow, around 50. And then the main optimization is just to prefer taking your next neighbor as someone who has few edges remaining, because those are kind of the highest priority numbers that you need to solve. Like, those are the highest priority because they're the ones who will run out of neighbors the soonest. And once you do that, it runs super fast for, n equals 200, 199, so on. And then actually, I ran all of the different values of n, and 103 took about 8 seconds locally. Everything else was like under 2 seconds. So that's why there's a one hard case.
Yeah, we actually have the same case, hard-coded, which is...
Yeah, I don't know what it is about 103 that makes it.
But yeah, it seems that your solution is basically absolutely the same as Heltion solutions. Just
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, just like the same sorting function, and like inside the DFS. Maybe you should just like, I don't know, maybe if you shuffle in case of equal degrees, then maybe you can make it faster. Whatever.
Yeah, well, I figured it's better to be deterministic because then you don't have to worry about it.
It's funny that in my solution for 103, the first random seed worked. So in many cases, I did like 1,000 attempts, and for 103, the first attempt worked. So somehow it's not bad for my solution.
But your solution is a lot different, right?
Yeah.
I guess we can write a solution that runs Petr's solution for some time, for some number of like tries, and then switch if it's not yet successful.
Do you know what the intended solution is, or if there is one?
We have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we can invite Mishov to this chat, but then we have to decide who lives, because it's at most 8 people.
Is there editorials?
But yeah, everyone's solution we saw was basically not using the structure of the graph.
It's funny how both semifinals had really similar structure.
Yeah, in terms of numbers of submissions, right?
Relatively straightforward to 50 in terms of problems.
Oh, you mean that? Okay.
Constructive 500 is a finite amount of cases. And, okay, a harder 1000, but maybe this one is not as hard as the first one.
Yeah, I think the difference is that 250 in this case took more time. Just because it was, I don't know, longer and harder to like come up with a solution. But yeah, and also like Maroon did not have time to solve the 250, which was important because he went for 1000 first.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me or see me?
Sure. We are wondering what about 500? Is there some algorithm that uses specific properties of this graph, or?
Yes. So both the 500 and the 1000 were problems that could have been pushed a bit farther than the version we actually used in the contest. So for the 500, there is a solution that can get you the cycles also for millions, but the Topcoder backend obviously doesn't support such large outputs. So we decided to keep it on the easier side and to allow exactly the kind of approaches many of you did to also pass, so that you hardwire some cases that are hard for your particular approach, and then you have everything else done in time. Basically, the main idea is something I think Scott already mentioned, that you can find a set of structural operations that will allow you to go from a solution for n to a solution for n+1 with a reasonably high probability. You can think about it this way. So imagine that you already have the cycle for n, and n is reasonably large, and now you want to insert n+1 somewhere. So you can insert n+1 somewhere where it fits on one side, and then flip some segment of the other side, so that, again, the endpoint of this one that you flipped is also matching. So now you are looking for like two particular indices, I and j, such that n+1 fits with the value that is on index I. It also fits with the value that is on index j, and if you flip it, then the third pair will also fit. And now this doesn't use the specific nature of this particular graph, but it uses the fact that for any n, you have roughly square root of n possible matches. So if you do this, so if you were to select the I and j at random, then the probability of finding two of that work is proportional to square root of n over n to the power of third. And yeah, if you come up with like one or two such structural operations, so you try flipping one or two segments, then you can almost always very quickly find a solution that works, because you are very likely to hit it. If it were a random graph with the same degrees, you would be essentially guaranteed to hit it, and the graph is not random, but is close enough. So using this technique of like flipping segments of the previous solution to get the next one, you can get very quickly very large solutions. And for the 1000, SpyCheese mentioned that he wasn't sure about whether the naive implementation would pass or would not pass in time. There is actually, again, a deeper structure in this type of problems, and for this one, it would be solvable for bigger constraints, but again, it would make the problem way too difficult to be solvable in our time limits. So what's going on there is that the nature of the so if you imagine that you already have the generalized Sprague-Gandhi values computed for all possible subset of vertices of the small graph, then the internal structure of these Sprague-Gandhi values is that they are what's a good word for it? Kind of additive, in the sense that the only information you need is, again, the information about the individual vertices. So if you know what is the Sprague-Gandhi value of each individual black vertex, then all of the others can be done by just XORing them, well, generalized XORing them to get the combinations. So this means that all of them kind of form like a vector space or something along those lines. I'm not really, I'm a bit rusty in my algebra to be sure what it is, but it means that you will discover them in clusters, even as you are running the standard simple algorithm that does these iterations, that each time you discover something, it has to discover at least a cluster of those things, and this means that the number of iterations cannot be too large. So yeah, that's a bit more about those two problems. So yeah, one other thing I would like to mention about the 500 is that with the current constraints, it's also solvable using some external tools, such as SAT solvers or something like that. So if you are proficient with such tools, you could also outsource your programming of the 500 to a SAT solver, and this would also be a valid strategy. So plenty of different ways to approach the problem. So I hope you enjoyed the contest. Any other questions, comments?
But can you use any like proprietary SAT solvers? If you just only use the answers to
Yeah,
plug into
I
your
think we
code?
don't ban it in any way, so yeah, it should be in accordance with the rules. And also, yeah, during the contest, if unsure, you can always message admins and ask. But yeah, I think we don't have anything in the rules that would ban you from using SAT solvers.
Also, I just checked that my solution for B passes if I add some multiple running of this thing. But it was a bit not easy because I had to look at this code that I don't know about what's going on in it and find where does it initialize random. So it's possible that even if I had a bit more time on contest, I didn't find it. I wouldn't find it. Also, I have a funny comment about problem A. So in problem A, it is said that when you want to finish a program you should access some incorrect memory address. So I just did, okay, let's make go2 -1. It is definitely an incorrect address. And I found out that because the interpreter is written in Python, -1 is a perfectly correct address.
That's a nice catch. Yeah. In the actual arena, that would actually be valid because the actually used grader is written in Java. There's a different one, and that one does the check properly. So yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody solved this problem in Python, right? Because you can just copy paste the interpreter at least to check your solution.
I think a lot of people copy pasted interpreter to check their solutions. Just chaining.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. It's kind of you have the trade-off there, because if you are already used to using C++ and you have set up plugins, now during the contest it's kind of risky. Will everything break down if I switch it to Python? And what if it forgets everything and then I have to solve the other two problems manually? So it's probably safer just to do it in C++ if you are using C++ for others.
Are you the author of all problems?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm also curious to know what happened to Maroon, because he started with the 1000, and I guess it's not likely that he doesn't know or he couldn't find generalized Prograndi numbers. So
I think he didn't even start typing.
I mean, the theory you need to know is kind of obscure. There isn't many good resources about this particular thing. And I mean, I tried to pick the easiest version that introduces this, so that it's kind of possible to, if you are fluent in Grand numbers, then it's kind of possible to come up with a generalization also on your own, but it takes a lot of time, and probably he made a call to switch before.
So for me, I knew that the theory existed, but I didn't remember anything. But just searching for Grandi number cycles found me this article in a few searches. So yeah, I think it's a bit surprising that he didn't manage to do it given 1 hour of coding essentially.
Yeah, but there is a lesson to switching from the 1000. I think that starting with the 1000 strategy is a very good one, and more people should do it, in my opinion. But I think that when calculating the point where you have to take the decision when to switch, you need to take some kind of +2 sigma. So when you see the times that your competitors needed to submit the easy and medium, then the decision point should be a little bit sooner than when Mario Curie actually did it, because he left himself approximately as much time for the 250 as was the fastest of the other 7 times. And yeah, turned out it wasn't enough. Yeah, there is a question from Andrew in chat whether we can solve this problem, I presume the 1000 with polynomial time. The answer is yes. This particular problem does have a polynomial time solution, and it's based on the observation that, as I was saying, that essentially what you need to compute are only the Sprague-Grandi values for the individual black vertices in the small graph. And it can be shown that you can compute these by just computing a small subpart of the entire exponential state space up to something like, so we will just compute it for vectors that have at most a logarithmic number of ones or something along those lines. So there is, I think, n to the 6th known solution for this particular problem. obviously the limits are set so that the exponential that's crazy. The kind of know the device. So it's an introduction to this. What's there are different types that you can position. One of the examples was kind to illustrate the position where you can go into a cycle, but also can go to a victory, and in other positions you would have the decision between losing and going into a cycle. So even if you have the positions with like infinite Grandi numbers, that this is a position where it can be infinite, then still there are two different types of those ones that are winning and ones that are drawing.
Okay, I'm gonna run.
There's another
Thanks,
question
everyone.
from. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Congratulations.
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 See you in the finals.
Yeah, congratulations to you all, and see you on Friday.
Yeah, actually, I have a question to Misov, if you don't mind. Yeah, there's another question from Andrew in the chat. Can you do the standard flip add transformation? I guess that refers to, yeah, do you understand?
Kind of. I think it's still the case that from the point of view of the person who has the better position, two tokens on the same location. Yeah. So for everybody else, what I think is going on here is that instead of having black vertices and white vertices, you can imagine that the black vertices have a token, the white vertices don't have a token. And now the question is whether it's equivalent to remove a token or to add a second token. And I think it still should be, because from the point of view of the person who has the better position, you can always treat the two tokens as a non-existing token. In terms of, I think, what it changes is it may turn some positions that were previously finite into positions that are now infinite. So in that sense, it probably does change the problem.
I think it does, but I'm not sure about that theory.
But even if it didn't, the algorithm would break, I think, because currently it computes the Grandi numbers from smaller to larger. And so, but it can happen that XOR of two larger numbers is a smaller number, right? So.
I think well, given that the final outcome is that the Sprague-Grandi function that is actually computed by the algorithm is always additive, so I think this outcome is then the proof of this fact that you still can treat like two copies of the same position are still sorry themselves off if there are finite positions. So two tokens on a vertex with a finite Grandi number do cancel each other out, but two vertices, two tokens on the same vertex with an infinite Grandi number do not cancel each other out. And in fact, two such tokens will definitely cause the position to be a draw.
Yeah.
Because neither player can lose, because the player that would be losing otherwise can always play around with those two tokens. And this is then a consequence of in general how those values interact. So the way Sprague-Grandi values behave for these infinite cases is that you can have an XOR of an infinite vertex with arbitrarily many finite vertices, and it's still an infinite vertex that can either be winning or drawing based on some condition. And as soon as you have in your sum of games, as soon as you have two vertices with infinite Sprague-Grandi values, then the position is always a draw.
Yeah, so I think last time there was a problem of name multiplication also in Topcoder maybe. And after that problem appeared, I bought this book. I never actually read it, unlike Mikhail. So I think.
Yeah, as I was already commenting in chat that it's an expert strategy to learn about game theory.
On numbers and games.
Yeah.
I tried to find it on the internet, but I failed. So I just found the book that is called Winning Ways for Your Mathematical Plays.
I think the Z library has both of them. If you are.
But I guess My question is,
Trying
do I
to
need to read
do
this book now
fireworks.
until Friday, or are we done with those tricks?
You still got time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And another question.
It will be funny if you, if this book of numbers and games, you actually went to the store and bought it during the contest.
Another question that came to my mind about the 500. So, Misov, you said that basically you don't use the structure of the graph, but you use that every vertex has degree at least square root, and the graph is kind of random, right?
Not every vertex, but well, it's
the new vertex, right?
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah. I mean, I just wonder if there's any like theory, like are there any papers that you looked up for when coming up with the solution? Like, is it true that you can, like for random graphs with this property, with degrees of square root of n, you can build Hamiltonian cycle maybe with high probability in polynomial time or something like that? Is there anything like that? Do you know?
That's a good question. I don't think there would be something like this because kind of the deterministic criteria for the existence of a Hamiltonian path or a cycle are quite a significant way off from these degrees. So I don't think it's even sure that if you just have the degrees and your enemy can choose the structure, well, then definitely there doesn't have to be a Hamiltonian cycle. I haven't seen enough research about random graphs with these degrees. My intuition tells me that it's very likely that it's the case, but I don't know about any publications about this.
Maybe instead of looking up research about this, you should just start some. Get like starting with your solution. Maybe there is something to explore.
Might be. If I'm lucky one day to have enough free time. Would be a nice thing to play around with.
I see that Petr is already reading the book, right? Not losing time.
I mean, Friday is here almost in a few hours, so no time to lose.
Yeah, I was just trying to check if it actually does have the solution for today's problem. I guess
What was
the
story behind the 250? Is that actually a known programming language that does stuff like that?
Yes, so there's a bunch of these esoteric programming languages, and part of the motivation for people to investigate these was in the beginnings of computability research. So when we are asking the questions like what is and what isn't computable algorithmically, or maybe efficiently, or maybe at all, then it makes sense kind of to try to simplify the models as much as possible. And if you have a model that is simpler, then it's easier to say that it cannot do something because you have kind of fewer options to consider. So people are trying to come up with models that would be as simple as possible. And well, the reasonable lower bound is probably the Minsky register machine, where you have +1, -1, and test for 0, and you can show that this is already Turing complete, and you can implement anything. But some people pushed it even further, and there is like 5 or 6 different single instruction programming languages known at the moment. And this particular one looked like something that's not too difficult to grasp during a contest. The interpreter is really very simple, and so I tried to pick a problem that would be just the right level of difficulty, that it's not completely trivial. It will force you to write a single cycle in this programming language. And that was basically it.
All right. I think it should be time for us, or almost time to wrap up this. So thanks to Misov for writing this set of interesting problems. And we'll get some more problems from you or maybe someone else. You should not disclose that, right? On Friday. And thanks to everyone who joined this broadcast. Congratulations again to the finalists. And does anyone else have any final words to say?
I guess have a good luck on Fridays yourself.
Thank you, Igor.
Yeah, tell your friends about the broadcast on Friday to come watch. It will be spectacular, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks, Misha, for the problems. And yeah, thanks everyone for participating. Thanks to Topcoder for organizing as well. It's still a great feeling to participate in TCO even while it's online. And looking forward to Friday now.
That's true. All right. So thanks a lot and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to all of those guys that came on to the show. And we had even people from the stage that were coming out and chatting with our finalists. This was a pretty great show. If you don't believe so yourself, on Friday, like they mentioned, that's going to be where the finals are. We're going to hold the finals right here, wherever you're watching it. That's where we're going to be providing that content. The finalists on Friday, the ones competing are going to be Eknerwall, Tourist, Umnik, AC Rush, SpyCheese, Neil Wu, Petr, and Heltion. They will all be competing for that grand prize and the winner to hold up the TCO21 Championship Trophy, which will be mailed to them eventually. So that's what they'll be competing for. Now that wraps up day number, what are we on? Day number 3? Yes, we're on day number 3. Day number 4, however, is not tomorrow. We will be streaming more events the following day on Wednesday, all right? On Tuesday, however, you can still hang out with us. We are going to be on the Welcome platform. If you log in there, we're not going to be streaming any shows tomorrow. But if you come by in Welcome, and you can find the schedule on TCO21.topcoder.com, we're going to have a freelancer fair. So we're going to have some cool talks there. Adam's going to be there. Adam Moorhead, Adrock. That's how you know him from Topcoder. He'll be leading that. He'll be the host for that day. So then I personally will not see you guys until Wednesday, where we will have, what do we have for you on Wednesday? If you drop by on Wednesday, we have one show for you, actually. One show, and that is the First to Finish Finals. And that's going to be a fast show, right? It's first to finish. It's going to be a very rapid coding that you're going to be able to check out. So you don't want to miss that. I think broadcast starts at 10 a.m. Topcoder time on Wednesday. So tune in for that. I hope to see you guys there. Thursday, we will be taking a break, but then on Friday, we'll be back. And like I mentioned, that's going to be the Algo Finals. I think we're going to have some UI design matches happening on that day as well. So definitely come by and check that out. Now, before I let you guys go, I'm going to let you know that the Algorithm Lounge is now open. So if you want to go in there and chat about the problems, and maybe some of the competitors that were in there are already talking about their thoughts on that. So go ahead and join them in Welcome in the Topcoder Lounge that we have set up for you. We'll keep that open for a while, and I'll put up a little graphic for you so you don't forget. Okay, I'll be signing off now. I hope to see you guys on Wednesday. Take care. Be safe.